How's it going today, ladies and gentlemen? It is that one guy, yes, back at it again, finally, continuing the episode 8 story of Platinum Star City. It has been a while, and I'm to blame. I work on certain days, and those days have been landing on Saturdays, so I haven't been able to go live with my friends and enjoy the continued story that we have created together. Now, with that in mind, of it being about a month and a half to 2 months, more hydrate? Sure. As I drink this tea, we can deal with fun stuff. One of those fun stuff is that I forgot to change my points, my nerd points, to be able to make it where all my friends and you guys get to give advantage and disadvantage to creatures, players. So let me go ahead and fix that while we do the introductions. If you are new to the channel, welcome. I am your host, that one guy. If you are new to myself because my audio is unmuted. That's not awkward. While I change my nerd points to the way for you guys to interact with the channel, help the players get more inspired along their game. This is also a way for you guys to interact and help boost the players' not only, I guess, confidence, but hope for their success in whatever they go through, or hope for the enemy's demise, or whatever they try to do to your favorite players. It's gonna be a journey. I might add some more points later from ideas that I have that I'm still floating around. I'm trying not to make this game broken from a person's standpoint, that if someone has, say, 10 to 15,000 nerd points to spend, they can't just simply break the game. They can even things out. So 22k, fear in my face. But it's still fun. It's fun and interactive for not only you guys, but for the players to have not only help, but someone rooting them on in their journey. So while we are here, I'm gonna have a fun time introducing our characters one by one, but before that finalizes, I want to let you know that each of these players, some of them are playing D&D for the first time, others are more seasoned veterans that have played for a while. This is for us to hang out, but we decided to do it while live streaming. So be encouraging, be friendly, be kind, or be gone. It's the best and politest way I can say this. But in the meantime, before we get into the recap, let us introduce the characters that have been gone for so long. Starting from the top of the Discord list. So sorry if your name is not in order for me, but here's what it is.
Take it, Pie.
Pie, take it away. Please introduce your character, who you play, and what you do.
Well, I played Timothy. He is a fairy prince. He's a bard. He is madly in love with the owner of the woods. His best friend is Delphi, even though he's still a little upset. He's upsetty spaghetti with her. Favorite color's blue. Favorite instrument to play is the violin. Yeah.
Nice. Next from Timothy, we have Polly.
Hi, I'm playing Durant. I'm a paladin for the Church of Palor. I'm currently in the bodyguard of Timothy. That's it.
Holy Paladin Order, working...
Twitch channel.
I don't need to plug myself.
And it's there in the background if you guys want to go and play some fun games, which I have been interested in that narrated story you've been doing.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It caught my attention before my PC crashed. That was a hectic Thursday or Wednesday, whenever that day was. I think it was Tuesday, actually. So yeah, it was such a good one. Continuing down the list, Sassafcat, would you please introduce your character, who you play with, and anything else you want to add on?
So I play Princess Delphi Oleander. I'm a wizard. and I am currently in Platinum Star City to study to be the royal advisor for my older sister, who is supposed to be queen of the kingdom I come from. She was supposed to get married to Timothy, but he's gay. So, kind of didn't want that to happen. So we snuck him here, and since then, it's been all sorts of issues. But I did save some kids at the expense of my mental health, because now Delphi is in a very melancholy place. She found out that she was kind of promised to a group of hags, and she has like a lot of things to work through, and like there's some people in the group are not exactly happy with her because she made a deal with a hag, and so she's just going through it right now. But yeah, she's not in a good headspace. That's for sure. Okay.
And understandably so, yeah. Tracif, would you like to introduce your character and what you play?
Yeah, hi, my name's Trey. I play a character. His name's Simon Karras. He is a human cleric from lands outside of the Platinum City. He's found himself here in the city, and he's on a mission to spread the word of his god, his religion that has been founded. It's a very small sect, and he is one of few out there right now trying to spread the word. He's come to the city just to, I guess you could say, on a mission, and he's here to help the people. He's very much a man of the people. He's very much in an opposite place, actually, of Delphi right now. He is elated because they just got invited to see the king. He's thinking, you know, I'm on the up and up. I'm going to be able to complete my mission. I'm here. I'm doing great. So he's kind of been celebrating, and his last we saw him, he's a little drunk.
Nothing like partying hardy, especially at a tavern where people party hard. Umbra, would you like to introduce your character, what you do, what business you run?
Hey, I'm Umbra. I play Una, who is an Eladrin florist / druid. She is a little stressed out due to her side business, but is otherwise doing okay.
And last but certainly not least, Valisk. Please introduce your character and what a fun little thing you can't wait for in this session.
Yes. Hi, I'm Valisk. I play the character of Valinda Ramirez, a female Wood Elf Ranger. I'm the bodyguard of Delphi Oleander. I had so much other stuff I was going to say, but I can't remember it. I'm on the spot.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Trust me, I know.
Despite Delphi making a deal, Valinda still very much loves her. So, there. That's all.
Aren't brains fun?
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Especially when they shut down on the spot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, strap in and get ready for a fun time. For the recap of where we last left off. After our adventurers, our heroes, our friends went into the sewers to search for a monster that has been wreaking havoc and possibly kidnapping children. Delphi, Simon, Una, hi! For the gifted subs, thank you. Timothy, Delphi, Durant, Una, Valinda all went in with Moose and his team. This fighter deerfolk individual who is sending out on a mission. Look at all of it. To dodge all the advertisements, which is good. Hopefully the ads aren't on, but if they are on, I need to figure out how to turn them off, but we'll save that for a future endeavor.
You can.
I hope that just means in total and not on the spot. That's 209 in total, right? Not like you just gifted.
Yes.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
No,
thank
that's total. That's not. You didn't just give 209 subs.
you gotta breathe.
Right. Then again, he has just gifted me 100 subs out of literally nowhere.
Okay, I just gotta
Also,
breathe.
good game, Sass.
Alright.
Hold on, bro. It couldn't
Don't
be
tempt me. Come on. D&D.
D&D. Let's get back in. After taking on the mission to find the missing children and the monster in the sewers, heading down in 2 separate areas, they discover that the sewers is indeed filled with monstrous-looking things. However, due to an investigation and a small conflict, they found that one of these mutated giant rat werebeast creatures are actually the children themselves, transformed and transmutated by a hag. And when they learn that the other children are also going through such ordeals, a rush mission to grab the head captain enforcer, Captain Goldpaw, and their soldiers, their guardians of the city, the enforcers, to come help and save these children. A battle ensued, leaving with the risk of a dying child with bones cracking. The hag speaks through this vessel of a living being, making a deal with the fairy princess Delphi to come alone to its denizen, its underground lair, and in doing so, he would release the children. But if she didn't, it would then go after Pi, and its verbiage word said it would use its magics to kill him. Upon fear of not only losing her closest friend, but the children who are innocent in this whole matter, she agreed. And upon taking the deal, a mark appeared, solidifying that the deed was done. Upon moving through the tunnels, she then saw the children one by one being released back into their humanoid form. And when she got down to the creature, she learned the horrifying news that this thing has given. That she was supposed to be given to their organization. I'm sure that I got the words correct. Having tons of notes, I gotta make sure I get things in the right area. I think they were called the Old Ones. In 2.5 months, so bear with me as I make sure I say this the right way. Looking for the right notes. The Old One, yes. She learns that there is not just one, but a group. A group of hags that she was promised to. For her mother apparently once was one of them, but was able to get out of it after finding love. And so for her to leave, someone else to take the mother's place as one of the Old Ones has been made. We'll look back on the old episodes to confirm whether Delphi does or does not know. But being offered up was nonetheless what she was told. After face to face with this creature, a new entity appeared. A massive woven thing sent to defend and retrieve the princess through another deal that was made. Right in front of the other groups, as the Reaper of the Darkness, a werewolf-like being that is familiar to some of our players, made a deal with Captain Goldpaw to save the princess and rid the city of this creature. Upon the deal being done, Delphi was saved. And through later news, through a visitation from the Empress herself on a separate occasion, they have learned, or at least some of the party members have learned, that the hag is no longer in the city. It has been chased out, not defeated, but removed. After the children were sent back to the Adventurers Guild by the Enforcers, and then one by one returned to their families, news of this great succession of saving these lost, kidnapped children reached the citizens' ears, and eventually the royal families, where they were sent to each individual in their own way, shape, and form, to be given the news that they are requested an audience with the king and queen, to not only reward them for their deeds, but also to thank them for the lives they saved. Upon each of them hearing this news, some still hurt from the experience, others confused and afraid. Some celebrated to recognize the good they have done. And others found love from an individual who had long lost it. As during a night's party at the... I'm sure I get this name right as well. At the woods, a young prince lets a dragonborn know his true feelings. And the feelings were returned. After a prominent display of affection between the two, the party continued until the morning came. As morning arises from this night of drinking, love, and for some exhaustion or exhausting fun time. Timothy, what are the first thoughts that come across your head as you wake up next to Theo?
Pretty much pure love. He's excited that the person that he truly loves is in the same room as him. Pretty much, yeah. He's overcome with joy, love.
And as you stare at him sleeping at first, you see his eyes slowly move awake. Looks directly at you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Last night was fun.
Yeah, it was.
He sits up and puts his back against the bed rest. I can't honestly say I remember the last time I felt this way.
Me neither, but I'm glad it's a good one.
It is.
Yeah.
There's no other way of saying it besides butterflies come and go. You'll never really get over falling for someone.
Yeah. I feel the same way.
Now we have a new question.
Yeah.
What do we tell the others?
Let their minds run wild, Theo.
Little mean if you think about it.
Hey, I mean, if they think we did it, they think we did it, you know? We can't tell them what was, because, sure, we could tell them, but, they're probably gonna be like, yeah, sure, whatever.
You see his finger gently, still larger than you, but brushes across the side of your cheek.
Timothy's face blushes red.
And here I thought your favorite color was blue.
It is. Thank you. And with that, Timothy kisses him.
As he kisses back, being very gently, you are in your fairy form, or are you in your human form waking up?
Before he had woken up, I had put my human form on.
Okay. After reciprocating the kiss, you guys hear the footsteps outside of a nice possible breakfast being had. Sounds a little bit busy, but go ahead and make me a perception check.
Perception is a +2. I got a 17.
You notice that bustling footstep sounds a little closer to the door. You get the feeling someone might be eavesdropping.
Theo, I think someone's at the door. I whisper this to him.
He looks over. And if the display last night wasn't enough, the denizens still want to listen what's going on in the woods. He pulls the blankets off and kicks his feet out. What do you say?
Nothing. Just keep going.
As he stands and... Let's go ahead for him. Surprisingly enough, being a big dragonborn of his size, you see that his footsteps are gliding across, not even making the creaking of the wood, before he gets to the door and quickly and efficiently unlocking and opening it, as you see 3 individuals slightly fumble in, not falling. Your 3 watchers, a very familiar rabbit chef, a lovely little coyote lady, and the very top, dignifying herself and clearing her throat quickly, Clara, the high elf. Morning, everyone.
Good morning, you guys.
Thea, we need to talk about the tax for the royal family.
Sorry, he's mine now.
You see the look over as she looks not jealous, not confused, but that look of, Well, duh, because the situation of a current half-naked dragonborn, and how clothed are you?
I have shorts on.
The pictures painting themselves as you see the young coyote waitress as she covers her eyes and begins to blush herself. Clara looks at the two of them, the rabbit folk and him, and that's enough for today. Grabs them both by the collars and begins to pull them out as the rabbit gets pulled out. You hear them moving down, heading toward the stairs back to the lower floors. Nothing stays quiet in these woods.
No, especially with something like this happening, and its very own woods.
Well, I'd say you should have a good morning. You're about to be introduced to the royal family.
Yeah.
Are you and your group gonna be okay, or would you like me to join? As much as I wasn't invited, I can still make myself present. I have enough pull in the city to make some calls.
I don't mind. It's, to be honest, it's entirely up to you if you want to go with us or not.
I mean,
I wouldn't want to force you into it.
I mean this in the politest way. If you're okay without me, I'd rather not go. But if you need me, I'll be there.
Well, like I said, I don't mind. You can go if you want. If you don't want to, you also don't need to.
Copy that, not going. And you see him reach for his old shirt and clothing, puts on the jacket and heavy overalls, and you see him reach for his gourd as he picks it up and ties it to his waist.
I take it.
But
this is going to be mine from now on. Trust me, if you don't want to get hit by another book, trust me.
But that does make it where the book hurts less as well. I mean, it's a give and take.
Okay, but you don't want to get hit by the book, right?
There's a moment where you see his eyes like roll back and forth, like, I mean, it's not that bad.
Oh, come on. You'd rather not get hit, right?
I will find something else.
Okay. Well, it will be here, just, I do have a key.
Okay. I'll be downstairs if you want to talk, but...
Of course. I will, of course, obviously get changed first.
Don't want that coyote girl smiling again. And you see him walk out the front door and close the door behind him.
I turn around and I get dressed.
As you begin to get dressed, moving from this morning to another section. We'll move to Durant. Did you stay at the woods for this party evening, or did you head back to the chapel where you naturally find rest?
No, I stayed at the woods because I'm obligated to protect Timothy.
Did you participate in drinks during the party the night before?
No. Because I'm a buzzkill.
Paladins can party every now and then. But, in this particular case, as you wake up fully remembering last night's extravagant scene, out of all the darkness this love sprouts, you wake up with the sounds of the outside birds chirping, and the stumbling of people in the next room. Assume that others have either been eavesdropping in or there's some type of commotion going on. But as you can hear the laughter, muffled as it is, you figured everything's okay. How do you start your morning?
I'd like to go freshen up and then get ready for the day with getting dressed and armor on and all that.
You spend your time putting your armor on, making sure it is polished, neat. Today is the day you and your group meets with the royal family. A little last minutes, but this is something that must be addressed. As you set up the armor, you do remember that there is a medallion crest that your father once wore, symbolizing the Holy Warrior. Do you wish to ordain that for this meeting?
Yeah, we'll put it on.
Does Durant have a cape? His character doesn't show a cape, so I don't know if you wear one.
Does not.
Does not wear
have
a cape.
No.
Cool.
No,
As you,
no capes.
Yeah, no capes. As you ordain this tag magically to your armor, it connects like a magnet, but straightens up and almost gives a illusion of forming itself to the armor itself. Easy to remove, but nice little magical touch. The symbol of Paylor and an individual with a sword and shield kneeling in honor and defense. The crest of the Holy Warrior. You exit out of your door as you see clambering to the bottom of the steps the trio of more lively individuals in the morning. The rabbit chef, the coyote waitress, and Clara, who looks up to you and sees you exit the room. Sir Durant, are you hungry for breakfast?
I could eat, especially if we're going to meet the king today.
Indeed. I bid you good luck. I am not good with politics of that magnitude. Looks over. Make breakfast, and she pushes him motherly behind the bar to get into the kitchen. He goes to the back and you just hear the goofy laughing background as you see the magical colorations of the blues and blacks as you know him to do, separate into his multiple forms, and you hear the nice clattering of a knife and a cutting board along with the sizzling, what you can only assume is some type of meatery on a frying pan. Heading down the stairs, you see the coyote girls pacing back and forth behind the bar, hands slightly over her mouth, blushing, mumbling to herself ever so slightly as Clara goes and heads to the front desk where there are individuals beginning to line up outside the doors before this place opens up for morning breakfast.
We get to get in early. I'm just gonna take a seat at one of the tables and wait for my food.
Alright. I have to clean up the map a little bit, but... Oh!
Yeah, there's far too many people here.
Okay, I forgot that I'm on the wrong map.
Oh yeah.
I was in the wrong room. That's for spoilers for later. Well then, as people are lining up outside, go ahead and move this to here. If I remember how to do it correctly. There we go. And then citizens are lining up on the outside, so there's not many people here. It was a party last night, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Who remembers from 2.5 months ago?
Yeah, all of the totally not evil people in the tavern.
I've come up
All
with
those cultists.
Some other NPCs. They are not into token form, but they have been finished on Hero Forge. I just got to turn them into tokens.
I like the idea that the tavern is just full of cultists all the time.
Full of cultists.
All the time, every day.
Denizens of the woods.
Every single day.
Yeah, the woods is actually a cult. It's one of those. It's one of those tea cults,
Jeez.
except it's a bar instead of tea.
Well, so let's see. That's there. Theo and Timothy will be joining us from the stairway shortly.
I thought my room was on the other side.
Your room is
Ayo.
Theo's room was on this side.
Oh, so we went to his room.
Yeah, needs a dragonborn bed for his dragonborn body. All right. Let me see if I can get a good angle on this for the viewers.
I feel like we should make the picture of our characters a little smaller.
Well, this gives a nice imagery, and by zooming in, I'm able to maneuver it like this.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yep. There we go. And as this morning pack comes down, Simon, did you decide to spend another night here at the woods, enjoying its lush and very comfortable innage?
Yeah, Simon definitely had to spend the night at the woods after that party.
Are you still at the bar next to the kitty, or did you actually make it to your room last night?
He made it to his room. He
Okay.
was able to stumble up the stairs a few times and make it back down. I actually was considering moving, but I got too caught up in like just listening. So we're gonna be sitting over here.
Yeah. Oh, that's the
And-
wrong one. There we go. Scrolling up.
Sitting at a table.
Quite. Well, as the group goes there, the Clara at the front desk finally getting some people, she then turns to the back. Kaylee, it's time to serve. Here. Oh, right. And you see her like trying to snap back to it as she begins to go and serves the first person that was down, heading over to Durant. What would you like for morning breakfast? And the drink as well. Sorry, fun morning, I guess.
He went AFK.
Oh,
Oh, is me for me? I just got back.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. What?
Sorry. My brain's a little scrambled. Well, what would you like for breakfast and to start your morning off for a drink?
Just some water, and I think Clara may have already sent E to go start something for me.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Wait, no. Well, thank you for eating, I guess. You see her like flusteredly like walk off, heading over to Simon now. What would you like to have for this morning, sir?
Oh, not so loud.
Oh, sorry.
Simon's leaning on the table and his head in one of his hands. Can I have some water and just anything hot?
Can do. Eggs, bacon, toast is good?
Please.
Yes, can do. You see her, like, very on the pads of her feet to make less scratching noises against the wood floor. She walks away almost effortlessly, guiding to the back and giving the orders to E or L. As the morning begins, Delphi, where did you find your evening at rest? Where is your spine right now?
I went with Valendra back to the Ramirez household so I could get my dress clothes for the meeting with the king, and then I was just going to sleep there in my old room.
Right. Upon your morning, waking up, being in the district, go ahead and move you guys to the overworld. We have Valindra and Delphi staying in the households. You hear the sounds of distant marching. You take it that the enforcers are having morning trailing, doing a nice mildly jog through the distant garden. Not enough to annoy you, but it's a nice background noise knowing that there's protection not far off. You open your eyes to the glistening room, the massive bed, the elegance of nobility. How do you greet the day?
Delphi gets up and walks over to the mirror and looks at the mark on her chest and like kind of touches it and like she looks at it in like a very like upset way, like she's sad and she's angry, and like then she, activates her circlet to not be in fairy form again, and it like goes away because she hit it with the circlet, and she goes to get dressed for the day, or goes to take a bath and like get ready and everything. So she's getting ready.
The royal dress of your family standing next to the mirror hangs there as you go and ready up.
Do you want me to describe it?
This is your dress. You can describe it however you like.
Okay. So it's like a forest green satin. And it has her family's the bodice has a crest in the middle. That it's like a corseted bodice, and in the middle it has the family crest, which is a it's like a knot of like thorns, like it's like a vine, and that's in like a maroon color. And then tied around her waist is a sash, but it's like a thick, it's not like a fabric sash, it's like a braided rope of like gold, but it also looks like it has thorns on it, and each of the thorn is tipped with a red gem. And then the bottom of her dress has embroidered red thorns all around the bottom, and she has a sash that drapes across her chest and over her shoulders, like an actual maroon scarf. And then she wears a gold crown that looks like thorns with red gems at each thorn's tip, and that is her royal, her actual princess royal garb, not her wizard or day-to-day dress.
Lovely. And to clarify, you're using the circlets to hide the form, or did you revert back to fairy form? I don't remember if the circlet of seeming changes your appearance however you see fit, so...
Oh, shit, I got muted again. Sorry, I was explaining it, but I was muted.
Oh.
So the circlet, I went to sleep in fairy form,
Okay.
and so whenever I got up and I put on the circlet and activated it, it then put me into human
form.
Yeah, and then so I'm gonna be wearing both the circlet and the tiara, but the tiara sits on the back of the head, not completely on the back, but
it almost like it's accompanies on top of the circlet.
Yeah, it's not a tiara.
It makes it look like
forehead.
Yeah, it makes it look like one princess crown.
Yeah.
Nice. Now, when you transform into your human form, the seeming spell makes it where you look like a human that is to your liking, but also it changes any minor detail. So my question is, are you hiding the new image that
Yes.
is over your
So,
heart?
so last time we talked about it, I do hide it. It vanished whenever I activated the circlet.
Yep.
So, it is. Yeah, it's gone.
Yep. Okay.
But even if something were to happen and it would show her dress, the scarf that goes across her chest and over her shoulders would cover it.
Would cover it. Nice.
Yeah.
Covering all the bases is good. All right. As you get ready for this morning, the thousands of things going through your mind, meeting the royal family, things that happened to get to this point, the lack of communication you had for the year you have been here, and what a crazy year it's turning into. You hear and feel the sound of magic that is familiar. A glistening breeze of wind rushing through trees. The smell of sweets in the air. As you turn towards the window, and as the window remains closed, the portal begins to open. Small and a very majestic pink and blue coloration. Before you see a not too small, decently sized quadrupedal animal hop through. On all fours. Make sure I describe this creature to the best of my abilities. Dark and grayish brown fur, dog-like aspect, decent snout, blue nose with yellow eyes. A very floofy tail with droopy ears on the side. With wings on this dog's back. That goes from a almost silvery gray eagle-like form to a golden-like touch towards the end. Along with a silvery horn on top of this animal's head that spirals into a golden tipped unicorn horn, almost. And hanging around its neck in a nice capsule, you see a very familiar sigil of your family crest on a delivery male animal that is well known through your royal family. As you see him shake off like if a dog was shaking off water from a portal, and you see the dust of fairy magic fly off the animal as he sits in attentiveness and seeing you in front of him, tongue lapping, happily breathing heavily, just staring at you eagerly and excitingly.
You said I do know him?
Yes, this is the royal messenger for your family.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I have a response. Duffy like spins around and looks at him and goes, "A beer!" and like runs over and like pets him because like she's excited to see him. And then she's like, "What message do you have for me, boy?"
Princess, it's so good to see you. It's been so long. Surprisingly enough, this animal speaks common. Unlike where a druid would need to be able to use animal speak, this fey creature magically being used to relay a message. I bring a message from your family, your sister, wondering how you're doing. Message is here. And you see him like lift his snout and nose, showing the well-wrapped scroll beneath his collar.
I take it and I unroll it and read it.
Upon unrolling and reading, you see him like nuzzle next to your legs, comfortable, and just, you know him, he enjoys his scritches like any good boy. And as you open the email, you open the mail. As you open the letter, the scroll, you see written a message of wanting to catch up. It is it is from your sister, as it reads as such. Dear Delphi, I pray your time at the Platinum Star City has been not only educational to your liking, but an experience you and your friend Timothy could enjoy. You don't need to worry about the politics of the Fey Realm. We have come to an understanding, and we will have it taken care of. There was word that Timothy's parents were going to send someone to capture him and bring him back, but we have sent word that that is not necessary. Let him know that if anyone claims to do as such, that he has full authority to not only ignore, but to defend himself if someone were to take drastic measures. Mother has requested that you two live a happy life. Whenever you are free, please come and visit. But don't be too soon. Enjoy your time. And let me know if there is anything I can do from my end to help you. Mother's condition is not any better, but she is not getting any worse. If you know of anyone on that side in the Platinum Star City that may be able to help, given Mother's symptoms, let them know, but only if you trust them. I hope to hear from you soon, my lovely little sister. And that is where the message ends.
Delphi, rereads it, several times just to make sure, she's got everything. And she looks at a bear and she's like, "Thank you, boy." And then she scratches him behind his ear again.
You can see the back hind leg start kicking.
And then she walks over to her desk and grabs a piece of paper and a pen and writes, "Dearest Laurel, I am so excited to be receiving this letter from you and to know that Mom is okay and that you're doing well. I will let Timothy know that he is safe. And I will do my best to try to find someone that could help Mom." And then things here are well. My classes are going, splendid, and I'm learning so much, and I cannot wait to come back and share this knowledge with you in a few years' time. I don't think I'll be able to visit before then, but I will write to you and let you know if I can. And then she signs it Delphi. And then she folds it up and she gives it back to Abir and scratches his ears again. "Thank you, Abir. If you could please get this back to Laurel, I would really appreciate it."
Yes, Princess Delphi. You see him, once again, shake his fur, and as he does, that same fairy dust, as he extends his wings, the dust turns and shifts into a spherical, flat portal before the magic takes hold, as his horn glows the golden essence, and the pink and blue colorations reform. You once again feel the breeze of wind move through the planes of existence as you smell the sweetened air of home. Before Abir turns and gives 2 barks of joyful play. Then he hops through. As the portal then gently dusts into the pinkish blue radiance to the floor.
Delphi folds up the letter again, and she puts it into her bag. She's like, "You must remember to give this to Timothy so he can read it." And then she goes back towards her bathroom and to start actually getting ready again.
Okay. As that happens, Valindra, being an early warrior, how do you start this day? Did you start prior to the sun rising, or did you sleep in this time?
I would say that Valindra will always be an early riser and waking up 2 hours before the break of dawn.
Okay, yeah.
As an elf, I only
Yep.
need 4 hours of sleep.
Yep. After training, experiencing, you see on the outskirts of the fortified grounds of the Enforcers, making his rounds from each tower, his yellow mane and golden armor, even in the night, still showing. You see Captain Goldpaw and my Dropbox appear. You guys are moving around. He looks down and sees you train as he gives you a nod and continues on with his patrol.
Valindra would train in roughly 2 hours. 1 hour with archery, 1 hour with her daggers, before heading back to her room to change into her formal wear, but also grabbing her leather armor
All right.
and taking it to... Give me a second. Sorry.
All good. I do that all the time to look for names as well.
I can't remember Grandma's name.
I'm looking for the Ramirez family.
Trina. No.
Grandmother? If it's your grandmother, it's
Sinivasan?
yeah, Sinivasan.
Sinivasan. Taking that along with my wolf claws and teeth alongside me in my pouches.
As you head into, you see that's in the early mornings. Unlike warriors, scientists don't wake up early. However, you do see a bunch of them sleeping at different desks, not really heading home for the night, but collapsing where they work. You head inside and see that's just like normal, though. There's one who is constantly working. That is your grandmother, working on a device, and you see the different stuff she's created, and sitting next to not really the junk pile, but the pile that is like needs tinkering. It's a very familiar box that started this whole crazy ordeal.
Hello, Grandma.
Well, if it isn't the old whippersnapper.
Have you found out how or who or how someone messed with that?
Well, it has come to my attention from your father, my idiot son, that this actually was the makeshift of one of the other nobles. That high prissy elf looking meh. Messing with my magic tools like he knows what he's doing. He was sent by, I can only assume, was our lovely little rat in the sewers?
Likely bribed, but understandable.
You promise them when royalty, money, and everything else, and they'll drop their whole life for it. Young lad left his wife and daughter to rule under their knowledge. Well, just goes to show. No amount of money can satisfy everyone.
No, it truly can't. If one of your aides is available, I would like to upgrade my armor a little bit.
Oh, pish posh, I wouldn't let them work on any of your stuff. I will work on them personally. You see him like go to crack her knuckles, and you just like, you hear two pops. They don't sound like her knuckles. That might have been her wrists, but you know. She then wiggles her fingers almost like a very intrigued artificer getting ready to put their hands and tinker on something. Now, what is it that Grandma can do for my little darling?
Sadly, I feel this is far below anything that you would feel fun. Merely upgrading leather armor into studded. With some of
Yeah.
the animals that I've hunted.
And which animals in particular is that?
As of right now, it has just been some wolves.
A good start. You only just recently joined the archery squad along with your mother. You hand over the items.
I hand over my leather armor and my 3 wolf claws and 3 wolf teeth, which I hope is enough.
You see her set the armor down on the center row table, shines a light on it, puts the woven teeth and claws next to it. You wanted a studded leather armor.
Do I need more wolf parts?
No, I can take care of this for now. Any other upgrades you want with this?
What type of upgrades?
That's my granddaughter. Let me work on this. I can make this fascinating. You're meeting with the king today, aren't you?
I am. I have... they want to thank the group that I have been adventuring with.
Yes.
Protecting Princess Delphi for what happened in the sewers.
The citizens celebrate what Princess Delphi and all of you have accomplished. But don't let their cheers overwhelm you. They don't know the sacrifices you and warriors like you make sure they can continue cheering. Don't take it as them thinking it's easy. Just know that they cheer because they can be happy for what you have all done.
Which I will gladly take.
Indeed.
Grandmother,
Hmm?
do you have any items that you think you either have or could make that would increase my ability to blend in?
Are we talking magical or camouflage?
1 second, Josh.
Yep.
I need to see the description of this. Because if she can make this, or if she does have it, it depends.
Casually looking up magic items. This show
The
is
cloak-
sponsored by whoever wants to sponsor it. You know, I'm just
The cloak's color shifts to camouflage me. So it'd be camouflage.
but it'd be magical camouflage.
Ooh,
That is above game.
yes.
In game. The magic part is a little tricky. So, we use certain enchantment scrolls to embed in leather items like that. But I do hear you are going to be making a request of a reward from the king and queen.
If you cannot make it, then yes, I do plan on making a request of this type.
Tell you what, if you can get the scroll that helps you blend in camouflage, I can make the rest myself. Or you can ask to get one of theirs, however, the design after the fact will be whatever they have on hand. But if you wish to have more Archers of Platinum City colors, I can custom make it.
That'd be what, a scroll above table. Scroll of magical camouflage.
Above table, just ask for something to help blend in, and the same
Or-
request that you
or
had
below
before.
table, whatever it is.
No, it's above table, yeah. Yeah, where we talk person to person instead of player to player. That's pretty much how it is.
Okay.
So, yes, if you simply request for a scroll of camouflage or essentially a pass without a trace like effect, something to help
It would
blend in.
It would take longer for me to get the item, but the
You'd be
Ramirez
able
family
to
would then
Yes, have
make
it
more.
not
and
only
customize it.
yeah, not only make more, but at the same time customize it to your liking, so the natural look isn't just whatever the royal family had in their treasure vault.
Thank you. I will most certainly ask.
Indeed. Cannot wait. As for that, I can get started on this, and I'll do a little bit of touches to also say, good work out there. She like lifts her hands and like pats you on the head.
Valendra gives her a nice big hug.
She wraps her arms around you.
Thank you.
At this point, so the sun finally crests at a good area where you believe that the princess should be up by now. Probably should
Did
help.
you look? Sorry. Did you look in your DMs in what my air quotes formal a tier looks like?
I have seen it now. All right.
Yes, it looks like warrior stuff, kinda.
Still has a like noble-esque shine to the suit.
Besides that, her daggers are like kind of on the backside of her thighs, strapped.
Okay.
But those are the only weapons that she has on her.
All right.
Because I cannot describe that.
Okay. So do you go collect Stealthy first, or do you switch into your formal attire first?
I will go to my room and switch into my formal attire first,
All right.
then go to Delphi.
Freshening up and then getting ready. Your immaculate emerald green armor with silver outlining, the golden trim just around the belt to signify the colors of the Platinum Star City, purple-esque arm sleeves, and a combat skirt that goes around with two daggers in the back, lined up elegantly and efficiently. You are ready, and it's safe to say excited about possibly getting your reward. But for now, you head out to Delphi. You collect the princess and escort her to wherever she would like to go before meeting the royal family in a few hours. Moving across the city to a lovely florist shop. The morning pigeons giving their howls and hoots, sun shining barely through the curtains. Una, how does your morning greet you?
I would say Una wakes up reluctantly. She's had a long series of couple days.
That is absolutely fair.
And then she decides not to open the shop for today, or at least not until later in the afternoon, depending on how long the meeting with the royalty takes. And so she spends most of the morning trying to find an outfit to wear to royalty. And she has to look like deep, deep in her closet from stuff that she wore way back when she was in the Feywild.
Yeah. Moving through the boxes that have been safely stored away as you get to working, your partner, Elian? No.
Elian.
Elian. Hey, I got it right first try. It's been a while. Turns to you. So, meeting the royal family. You wouldn't happen to be
Apparently.
nervous, would you? As she looks at the bunch of clothings laying across the bed.
Totally fine.
Well, meeting's not until 1, so they'll do the whole probably parade thing, announcing your guys' arrival to the front gates, citizens throwing confetti or rice or whatever they want, and the king and queen will ask for not only thanking you guys, but wonder what you will want. What is that, by the way?
I want to speak with plants. I want them to give me an item that will let me speak with plants. I feel like it will be useful.
You already mother so many plants, and now you wish to speak with them. Are these our children? Should I know this now?
I was thinking more spies.
Oh, even better. That works for both of us.
Yeah.
You see her.
You already know who the kids are.
You see her come up behind you, give you like a half hug, while also looking in your closet for whatever you're looking for. So, what exactly are you looking for right now?
I don't know, a dress that royalty won't be offended at. It's been a while.
As you are sifting through, she looks over your shoulder. She helps you start to move stuff out of the way so you can search in the boxes.
I haven't met with royalty since I was in the Feywild.
You haven't really talked much about your time there. Giving me glimpses every now and then with the flowers, and each flower comes with a story, but...
It was the Feywild.
Upon searching through the final boxes, you open one up and find something that is unlocking pleasant memories. What kind of dress do you have? Or outfit, even?
1 second. I'm sending you a DM.
Okay. That's gonna be happening a lot, I feel like it.
Okay, I sent it.
Okay. All right.
If not, it's no big deal. I just think it could be fun.
It can work.
Okay.
All right. As you opened the box and saw what was a lifetime ago, the natural integrated colors of the Feywild and memories of what was, what could have been. As your partner goes and hugs you behind, you are reassured of the decision that was made. She looks over your shoulders as she sees the outfits. I think that will work.
Yeah, I think so too.
You take it out of the box and you begin to... You have mending, right? As a cantrip?
No.
Your partner looks at the dress sprawled out. It has
It's
been...
magical, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay, it's magical, it's fine, okay. It'll work. Do you care what this dress is described as, or do you want me to describe it for others? You can describe it as you please.
You can describe it if you want.
Okay. You see the colorations of a majestic red rose-like symbol emanating, resembling almost that of a embroidery. However, it looks alive even now. Freshly picked. The dress then silks down to the bottom, representing the colorations of the natural looks of green and blue, top and blended perfectly in colorations. The red rose, not just overpowering, but complementing. The two colorations blend into this noblesque like dress. Your partner, Elian, looks over. So are we gonna talk about past life, or is this the conversation for another day?
Maybe not on the day that I have to go meet royalty,
That's
but
fair.
I will tell you soon.
Okay. You see her gives you a kiss on the cheek. I still need to work, but I will be keeping an ear out for the mana crystals for your royal announcements and the conversation that you guys will have with the king and queen.
I will let you know everything as soon as it happens, or as soon as I can at least. They might get a little offended if I pull a sending stone out at dinner time.
I mean, you can just like set it under your plate or something, but never mind. It's fine. It's fine. As you get ready, knowing that the arrival time will be soon, gather your belongings, take the dress. Do you dress up now, or do you wait until you get to the dressing room of the inner palace?
She'll dress up now. If she's gonna have to dress up, she's gonna go all out.
All right. Getting into a immaculate dress, you see the first royal carriage, platinum symbol applied to the side of it as the, on a very small symbol, I gotta remember the name of the transport company that made these magic carriages. It's
You ever told us?
been a while. Remember they were duck themed.
Was it not taxi?
taxidermy. It was a fun little playoff word.
Taxidermy.
Taxidermy. Yes, it was a funny little playoff words of taxidermy. I remember that much. So the taxidermy, showing that they were the ones that helped start this magical carriage, but the royal crest has its own magical touch to it. And as it pulls up in front of your location, you notice that a bunch of civilians are now looking at wondering which royal individual is either appearing or leaving this flower shop that they have known for a while. And as the doors open and you exit with your immaculate dress, you see the audible hands and gasps covering faces, doing their best but failing, pointing in a very admirable way of your immaculate outfits matching the essence of the flower shop that you own. An inspiration. And as they whisper back and forth, excited, you enter into the carriage.
Yeah, I'll go in.
As you enter inside, you see already sitting in this massive, almost close to limousine-like length. On the other end, Captain Goldpaw, sitting in full armor, looking down.
Hello?
Miss Una.
Hello, Captain Goldpaw. How are you today?
Surprisingly still nervous as the first time I met the king and queen.
Understandable.
There's a few things I will be going over with you and the others. A sense of respect and what to expect.
That sounds helpful.
You're going to be heading over to the woods to pick up the others.
Okay.
As the door closes, the carriage takes off. People make room as it goes into the city streets and drives at a decent speed to make sure no one gets struck. But with the entourage of its cruising, it's catching almost every individual's eye that can see it go across town. As Captain Goldpaw begins to lay down the proper etiquettes and coordination of talking to royalty. Do things not to offend, and letting you know that it is going to be understandable when you are shocked, meaning not just royalty, but dragons, adult dragons. The presence of Lone have not been truly visible to the public eye for quite a while. They know of their existence, they know that they are the rulers, but dragons have an intimidating nature that unintentionally can bring fear besides inspiration. And they also let you know that upon meeting civilians, dragons have a ability to change their shape and form to a humanoid-like aspects. They can choose whatever shape they feel familiar with, whether that be an actual human disguise, or what they have chosen not just because of preference or pride even, but comfortability. They have chosen to take dragonborn-like forms. However, when they don't need to address the public, they originally tend to stay in their full dragon-like form. In this particular case, meeting royalty from the Fey realm, along with citizens outside of your group, it is most likely that they will be taking a dragonborn form. Just know that they are indeed dragons, and to address them as such, if addressing what they are.
Good to know.
Upon traveling across, after having breakfast, gathering supplies, getting dressed, Simon, Durant, and Timothy, would you guys like to describe what type of outfits you will be wearing as this limousine-like carriage pulls up outside the long alleyway that leads to the woods?
The music is doing it.
Aha, let me refresh this.
Yeah, I can start.
Yes.
Simon is wearing the remains of his old investments. The first adventure that he got sucked into, he had to tear them apart to make a torch to help keep everybody warm. So he has had to improvise a bit to look a little more worthy of royalty. So he's got his the top half of his vestments remaining. It's a scarlet red top with white and gold lining and like roping inlaid, just the colors of his religion. And then some nice white pants, his brown boots because that's all he has, and then a gold and red sash tied around his waist.
All right. And as you have this outfit on, do you have the mending cantrip? Because you could use that to help with the torn seam.
No, the torn robe is tucked into the pants at this point.
Okay. That works for now.
For Timothy, he's wearing a suit. He's keeping his boots because why not? And he has a fedora type hat.
Okay.
If you want to see it, it's in the
chat. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also staying calm.
Mine's in there too.
I'm trying to stay calm.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay calm. Thank you.
On Vale.
So, jeez, Valus is getting her robe.
This
She's
is why
getting
I
her
refuse to
robe.
believe they're not, because she's super rich.
Literally, they're hiding shit from us.
I'm staying calm. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Staying calm.
See, that's the thing. I volunteered him to be our DM back when we started this campaign. So, thank you, Josh, for just the amazing campaign so far. I look forward to the many fun times that we will be having.
Appreciate it, my dude.
And this is payment for your time.
I appreciate it nonetheless. But just like I always start this with, my fun time of hanging out with my friends and making this story together is what makes it all worth it. Okay. I am so sorry, Timothy. Why did you describe your suit?
I hope you don't have a sound effect, Josh.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Well, Timothy is wearing a suit.
Yep.
It's sort of the same color as almost the rest of his outfits are.
That bluish, coloration mixing with Thornberry family colors.
It's sort of the.
You put it in the character section, or where'd you put it?
It's in the character section. I even added you on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. So
That's where mine is too.
All right. As the outlane of the royal whites blend in beautifully with the pink inline of your coats, the blue inner shirts matching the boots, and the it's not called a top hat. What kind of hat would that be described as?
Fedora.
That's a fedora.
Yeah. Fedora hat, blue ribbon inline. Looking most gentlemanlike, fashionable, and standing tall and proud. You walk alongside not only Simon, but Durant. What is your character in his fully stained armor?
Yes, I'm just. You go.
Yeah, the sigil that you have of the Holy Warrior engraved and aligned with it.
Yep. I'm just wearing my regular armor and the with the sigil on it.
All right, the golden pattern touches the blue metallic like pads on the sides, as the character describes. Hair nice and neatly combed, freshened up, ready to meet royalty. You guys walk through the alleyway. Timothy and Clara look out from the woods, waving at you guys as you head out. Clara giving some words of encouragement. Now, whatever you ask, make sure it's reasonable, even though they're royalty. You don't want to make anyone angry on your first time meeting them.
Yes.
I'm
Timothy
gonna ask for a nuke.
Oh god.
Theo replying, or on the other hand, you can ask for something ridiculous, and that way the next reward or request becomes more reasonable. And you see Claire just like nudge him in the ribs.
So we're waiting for this limo thingy.
As it is there and the doors pop open after you guys get close enough, you see on the interior.
I quickly run back and I give Theo a hug.
Turning and getting 30 feet just before the door, you see him take a step into you as well. As you, in your human form, he embraces you back.
I'll see you later.
I'm looking for the right post. Enjoy your time.
I'll try.
You should seriously ask for something ridiculous.
Like what?
You see him whisper into your ear, and I will send you a private message of what's something that you could request if you wish to.
Okay.
In the meantime, the rest of you, after seeing Timothy turn and hug, do you wish to enter into the limo that is presented to you? As the door is open and you see sitting on the interior, Una watches as the three of you approach.
Yeah, Simon's climbing in the magical limo.
No, I'm gonna walk. I'm kidding. I'm gonna.
You could. As you all enter inside, the limo begins to proceed in taking the group of you to the front entrance of the upper ring, the immaculate walls that only a few of you know. And as the doors begin to open, you see a crowd on both sides have already been gathering as they see this royal carriage come through. As from the top watchtowers, you hear the announcements go out. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Platinum Star City, the heroes from the Adventures Guild and beyond, royalty and others that have come and rescued not only the lost children, but have rid the city of a great monster underneath. The heroes of Platinum Star City! And you hear the crowds and cheers of the citizens around, humans and fays alike, as they all are clapping and excitedly trying to see around those that are taller in the front row. Confetti begins to flow from the top watchtowers downwards as a celebratory-like crowd, almost as if it was royalty themselves, are greeting you as you enter in through the gates into the upper ring. As you guys look at left and right, seeing this, is there anything that crosses your guys' minds as you're here?
There's a lot of people.
Tiny.
We need a group name.
Blood Raiders.
Wow, hey. You out of like nowhere.
I need one as cool as Blood Parade.
Blood Parade?
That's a Thursday night thing that
Blood Parade.
Blood Parade.
That's such a fucking metal name.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool name. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you.
And the
It's
thing
so
is,
good.
it was a drunken
It's so
homeless
good.
man that called them it, and they loved it.
I cannot
We
wait
can't
for next.
take it.
I
we
cannot
can't
wait for next
take it.
Thursday. Be so good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we can't take it because it's your guys's.
Well, I also feel like this group is not necessarily the type to be named Blood Parade.
Yeah.
we are not nearly as bloodthirsty as that group.
Yeah.
No. You have two religious men and two small fairies.
Hey, my character in that campaign is trying to get the Book of Exalted Deeds, so
But that's a good book.
yeah, but it's also powerful and not Book of it. Okay, back to this campaign.
Alright, I sent. Yeah, you gave me time to send the request that Theo whispered in Timothy's ear, so go for it, yeah. As you guys enter. Oh, geez, English. As you guys enter.
English.
Yeah. Through the massive
English is
gates.
dumb. English is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
Well, let's go with homophones for one thing.
Homophone.
I failed it 3 times in high school.
Ugh. That was the
Isn't
one.
that sad that we can fail our native language?
Oh,
I
it's
feel
their own
comfortable.
fault. Yeah, they tell us just sound it out, and then they come up with things like Wednesday. Sound it
No,
out.
that's Wednesday.
Thank you.
That's Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah. Where's the D?
I just sucked at all portfolio.
So I said something in the general Discord, and that's how I felt. That's what I picture when we write up.
Hunger Games.
The Flaming Chariots.
No, it's not that. It's just like how they have like the rows of the people, and we're just
Oh,
writing down
yeah.
the middle.
No, yeah, that's pretty much how it is. As your carriage is moving forward in the outer gates, people are waving, cheering. You see a few children are trying to look inside the windows, even though they are tinted for protection.
Go on.
As you guys move into the interior, you see on either sides being greeted 2 rows of enforcers, as they are standing at attention as the carriage pulls up to the upper castle. Alright, go ahead and line you guys up together. As you move into the interiors, coming to the steps that lead into this immaculate silvery and emerald-like castle ahead of you, you see at the top of the stairs, dressed and waiting, are both Valindra and Delphi. As the carriage pulls up and as the doors open, during the travel, Captain Goldpaw explains to the rest of you, less Theo, or not Theo, Timothy, because he knows about royalty and etiquette, but to the rest of you about how to address the king and queen, the same essence that he told Una of the status of them being dragons, despite whatever form they choose to take in front of you. Yeet.
He got thrown. He was
Yeah, after his morning patrol, he got into the limo and then had to travel from distance to distance.
Gosh,
Yes.
fix my token so I'm in my dress.
Oh, did you,
Please.
did you send the new dress already?
It's
It's
in
in
the
characters.
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 slot, too.
All right, time
Yeah.
to
Time to
make-
do some stuff.
quickly make a token.
Yeah.
All right, have a conversation while I make this token.
You get a token too.
Oh my god,
I have to create a token for this to work.
you guys are ridiculous.
I even changed my reactive to work.
We're killing everybody in the Platinum Star City.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is how we will
we'll
earn the
earn-
title of Blood Parade.
Yes, that is how we'll earn that title.
I like the
guess-
reactive. That's actually a good idea
Thank you.
because we can do that on our own.
Blood
Yeah.
Parade.
Parade.
God, I love that.
It's such a good name.
Right?
Oh my god.
If we're
Sadly, it's not ours.
forever known as the Blood Parade.
Sorry, I just punched my mic.
Don't do
We
that.
didn't hear anything.
What did the mic
Okay,
ever do
good.
to you?
It was in the way of my elbow.
So you didn't punch the mic, you elbowed the mic.
Well, it felt like
How
Some
dare you do
punch
this to
was
your poor
easier.
mic? It does so much work for you. You just go and elbow it.
it was in the way.
I so wish that this campaign could be connected to the plane of possibilities.
Oh yeah.
That would be fun.
I mean, like if it wasn't copywritten, it would be a good time to have.
Josh, write more campaigns so we
Right.
can have multiple campaigns.
I'm already working on the Easter one that I'm already
God.
late on.
Oh my god.
I actually have an idea for a campaign, but it will be with a different system than D&D. And I need time to
Perfect.
work on it.
Perfect. You can
Do
be
you
the
know that-
DM ad.
Did you know that NASA has their own TTRPG?
It
I
does?
did not.
Yes, and it's free because everything that NASA puts out is free because public, whatever.
Public
But
domain.
NASA has a deep.
Whoa.
Yes, everything that NASA puts out is public domain. So they have a TTRPG,
That's
That's
Interesting,
not the one
actually.
I'm thinking of using,
and it has
but
lots
I
of
will look
pretty
into
pictures
it.
in it because it's from fucking NASA,
okay.
I love that for them.
and they
Thank
have
you.
all the pretty pictures.
Thank you everyone for stalling. Is that token good?
Yes.
Ah.
It will do.
All right.
Still need more alcohol. I say that as I drink alcohol.
It's your day off.
Okay.
Whew.
As you are all there, pulling up in a carriage behind you guys. Oh, good. The same introductions granted from the announcements outside. You guys hear once again the call outs. And from the Adventurers Guild, coming from Sir Dagadin and his merry band of adventurers,
That's us.
the
Moose,
Wanderers.
right? That's Moose,
The
right?
Wanderers.
As you see another carriage come in behind your own, pulling up to the side of you.
Did Alien lie to me
About what?
about being at work?
Exiting out, you see the individual you know as Moose,
Moose.
along with the fox humanoid individual and the... Sorry, I thought I heard someone at my door.
We love Moose.
Yeah, Moose.
Yeah.
Their feline friend, beast folk, all exit the carriage. You see as the fox individual has a simple bow tie around his armor, but everything else is just his armor. There's no attempt to dress up or anything, as the feline individual has a decently dressed bluish black skirt on. You can see the protruding of a dagger hidden beneath one of the left leg robes, as she seems kind of uncomfortable in this type of clothing, as Moose is in a elegant golden and silver suit, a cape that is draped over the right side like his usual form is, as his hat stays the same. And as his team approaches, seeing you all there, you see him remove his hat through the horns, bows to your group, applies the hat back on. Well, it looks like we're all here. Out of curiosity, besides the two fairy individuals, I'll work that out in the game. To the two fairy individuals, I believe it was Princess Delphi and Prince Timothy. I apologize if my earlier demeanors seemed a little rude. I didn't know you were of royalty until recent.
You're good.
I'm sorry, who's saying this?
Moose.
This is Moose.
Moose has called me princess in the past.
He's talking to me.
He's talking to Timothy, who
Oh,
was
okay.
the bard of a tavern.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was
It's
so
all good.
confused. I was like,
No, yeah,
Moose
that
definitely
could be,
called me
yeah,
princess.
he called your name and then him right after, so yeah, that could be confusing. He addressed that second part to Timothy, who was just being a bard at the tavern. He didn't really
Okay.
ever acknowledge his royal heritage there.
No, you're good, Moose. It's a sour topic for me, so I try not telling everyone.
I then apologize for also telling my teammates to be on their best behavior.
It's the one thing he can keep his mouth shut about.
Okay.
You see the
Well-
fox individual leans over. Your royal fairiness, Miss
Oh,
Fairiness.
God.
You
Duffy
see
just like nods her head back.
the feline just puts her hand on her face, shaking it like, oh, this idiot. As the fox folk, you see his ears like twitching and everything to the surrounding areas, looks around. Well, this is the farthest I've gotten inside of the city inner walls. So,
Well,
are my
better just-
still holding on to the rule that I am not allowed to talk when we get into the castle, Dagadin? As he turns around. And both him and Ophelia at the same time, yes. Zipping it up at the moment we get past the castle walls. Until then, I'm actually quite interested in what the rest of you guys want from the royalty family. It's going to be quite interesting being able to ask for whatever we want, you know? Gold, fame, a title. Any ideas? As he looks to your group.
I want to speak to the plants.
Dope. Don't know what I would do with that, but
I feel like that would be very loud in your shop.
Well, ideally, I can just turn it on when I need to turn it on.
you run a flower shop.
Yes.
So talking with the plants that you sell,
No, talking with the plants in the city, obviously.
Oh, okay. That would be like a little weird thing, but it'd be cool, but to talk to the plants, being like, you're going to that owner now, treat him well, live longer, who knows? I don't talk to plants. I don't know what the conversation would be like. Anyone else? As the fox turns to someone else.
Simon speaks up. I think I'm gonna ask something humble, something small, maybe a little property in the city, somewhere I can start. Yeah, I could start a church and start teaching the lessons of my religion.
Oh, cool. And what deity do you serve under? Remote? Not a religious guy.
Well, that's the one and only Lathander.
I will go ahead and make a religion check for this coyote folk. A natural 9 with his -2.
Oh.
Yeah, he's awesome. They.
Yeah, surely
She?
you've surely heard of him, right?
Him, yeah, totally him. The Lathander. He's a great guy. God,
Great.
I mean.
Yes.
Huh?
Simon just like kind of looks away a little sad.
Fox looks over. And what of you? Holy warrior! Wow. Didn't think I'd see that symbol in a long time. He looks from your chest back to your eyes.
I just plan on asking for some better armor. It's always good to be able to protect people better.
Nice. Yes. I am going to be asking for the most expensive magical item in there. What will it do? I have no idea. But aiming for the trees. Aim for the top.
I believe you want to aim for the sky.
That is taller than trees. She's smart. As Dagadin just like shakes his head, not even looking back at him.
I think I understand why your companions want you to not talk.
I don't really get it. I'm such a charismatic guy.
Yeah, this guy's great.
See, he
Simon,
gets
like,
in.
scratches the back of his head and looks away.
Yeah, the moment you look away, though, he like wraps his arm around your shoulders. See, he gets it. We and you need to go out for drinks sometimes. It'll be a fun time.
Oh.
And I can learn more about the person you serve. See, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds like you have a new friend, Simon.
That sounds. That'll be great.
Look at the groups coming together.
Do you guys know what you're gonna ask for?
As Dagadin looks to your group, looks up to Delphi, looks down. I have something in mind, but it's not going to be easy.
Okay.
The feline individual comes in. I am actually looking for a magic scroll that could help me enhance certain techniques.
Okay.
They are said to be held within the dragon's magical treasures. I hope that it is available, but if not, then I'm gonna have to settle for at least information on how to grow my martial form even better. We're gonna have a task ahead of us.
I was thinking of doing a cool crossbow thing, but I might change my mind.
Okay. With a crossbow, is it just more damaging?
No, it was supposed to. I look around. Is anyone paying attention?
The group that's standing here, the other enforcers are simply just standing at attention, just waiting. And your party is the one listening. Captain Goldpaw is like standing there, waiting for the time when they are called upon to enter inside the castle.
Okay. Well, I lean in. You know, me and Delphi, we're fairies, right?
I was told this, yes. Royal,
Okay, well,
in fact.
Yes, yeah. Don't bring it up ever again.
Right.
Well, I was thinking of because my crossbow it doesn't shrink when I shrink, basically. So I was gonna think that, but I might have changed my mind.
Interesting. That would have been effective, but whatever new thing you have in mind, hopefully it is just as equally important to you.
Oh, it will become very important to me.
As your group stands there, a new individual from the interior castle, a tall, majestic, golden and silver armored individual, long horn antlers that twist upward, a fey female, paladin with a long halberd-like pole, stares down, looks to Captain Goldpaw, and with a very strict but calm voice. They are ready on the interior. Captain Goldpaw looks up. Yes, thank you. As this gazelle-like paladin enforcer in their golden and silver armor, platinum actually, turns to your group, acknowledges each and every one of you with eye contact, looks down past all of you to one individual before then turning and marching with the other enforcers inside the castle. Upon entering, go ahead. Go away. There we go. Hopefully this is the right one. Upon entering inside the castle, you are met with a long and intricately massive hallway. Approximately 60 to 80 feet to the ceiling. Long, massive pillars on both sides. You guys make your way down this blackened obsidian-like flooring, a singular red carpet that goes down where you are all walking alongside of enforcers on both ends. And as you enter inside, taking a stand on both locations, let's get a good view. Giving your group you said human. Do you wish for me to make a new token, or will that one work for now, Timothy?
That'll be okay.
Okay.
Just as long as everyone remembers.
In the meantime, which order are you guys walking in? I have this order set up here, but this is just to get your characters on screen. If there's anyone that wants to take the lead on this march, Captain Goldpaw will take the immediate
Obviously.
very front. Yes. What is your lineup after him?
Are we
Do we have to be in a line, or
Yeah.
It could be a line, or it can be side by side. You have anywhere from where the red carpet touches to where the purple obsidian on the outside, surrounded by these golden dragon statues of heads, and then these animals that are on a not only a mosaic marble like carved sculpture, but there is arcane round balls that are on the underneath each of these animals heading inward. Let's see here. We got the two here, Captain Theo there, and then Valindra and Una. Where exactly do you guys want to be? Oh, you guys are stacking on top of each other.
I know. I'm
Like
trying
that?
to get him. Yeah. I'm trying to get
Oh,
Titus
yeah,
in.
nice.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to make a pyramid?
Hey, it works. You got the enforcer captain, and then you have the two royal families, and then the rest of y'all, quote unquote commoners.
Lines are for conformists.
Lines
That's
are
the lines. That's why they make you line up in school.
I think for this particular case, Valindra would be behind Delphi, like Durant is behind Timothy. The Dagadin and his partner will keep teammate of the Sly Fox in the back row, so you can shut up.
You made an arrow.
Unintentional
You did.
arrow, but it works.
Good job, guys. We did it.
All right. As
Moose
your
here with us.
Moose is right behind you, yes.
Perfect. Good. We need him.
As we move forward through the purple obsidian flooring on the right and left side, next to the red carpet and this black obsidian marble flooring, you guys approach towards the front, where you see ahead of you a carved statue piece of two golden dragons lined next to another set of foxes on left and right corner. This gazelle-like enforcer paladin standing to the left-hand side of the throne, along with on the right-hand side a female enforcer. You haven't met this one before. But as they stand on the left and right-hand side, you hear sourcelessly echoing through the chambers one more time. Now introducing the King and Queen of Platinum Star City, the royal family in all their glory. Sir Draco and Gelfia Platinum.
Draco Malfoy.
As soon as you said Draco, I also thought of Draco Malfoy.
Oh my god.
Which I really wish wasn't the first thing my mind popped.
Literally.
Hell, I would have preferred if it jumped to the constellation over Draco Malfoy.
Oh man, that's funny. As the introduction goes and then the horns blare outwards through the blackened darkness that leads into the interior, you guys don't see a back wall. It is just dark. As you first begin to hear the wings.
The wings.
The wings.
The wings.
Before you hear the roar.
And then we all got to roll for initiative.
As it gets closer and more ferment, you see two silhouettes shining in the darkness, a silver almost look of platinum lights. And just as they reach the edge where this platform is located, you hear the magical transformation as sitting on the throne, a platinum dragonborn individual, very similar muscle build and texture, except the authority of his golden-like suits mixed with his platinum scepter as he sits on the throne, and next to him, a silver and metal of platinum mix of the queen next to him. As you guys see the introductions to the king and queen as they land before you, as immediately after a second introduction, and to their 2 children, just to the 2 children, Finnick and Hearthclaw Platinum.
Finnick O'Dare.
You
The
see,
Masterman has just lost his job.
moving inward, 2 dragonborn individuals with wings on their back, as they both sit on the thrones to the left and right. And there is one empty seat in the middle, but there's no further announcements. As you guys are all there, the enforcers on the side, the king and queen in front, and everyone else around. Captain Goldpaw then begins to lay on one knee and bow. As you guys are now face to face with the king and queen.
Timothy also bows.
Delphi
Also start to kneel.
curtsies and once she gets down to the low point of the curtsy, she just holds it with her head pointed forward, tilted down.
Una will curtsy.
As the 3 individuals in the back as well all go to one knee.
Vale.
Appreciate
You're
you, my
done.
dude. In the presence of the king and queen, as you guys bow, enjoy the moments of excitement in the air of meeting them. Holy guacamole, my guy. I appreciate you more
Just
than
can
you
get
can ever
directly in my
know.
streams?
But
Drunk Meister.
I don't have 200 followers.
You do now.
Who are you sending these to?
I don't know. It seems to go to random people regardless, because
It
Vela's
goes to
gifted me.
random people.
Yeah, Vela's gifted me
but-
100 subs when I had about 100 followers. Almost none of them were followers of mine, which is what? How do you? I don't know how they choose.
It
I
pulls from
don't-
viewers, I think, even unfollowed viewers. Simon's also he's gonna
How do you
genocide,
have a Rowan token?
probably.
Okay, yeah, as the group bows before the king finally speaks up.
You may stand.
Sean, still here.
I'll stand up.
Yep, so he's
We
standing up.
stand, I guess.
As
Yeah.
your group stands and looks to the upper king, you see as he looks down, there is not a look of arrogance, but instead a look of examination. He is looking at each and every one of you, and it almost feels like he's looking through you. Looking at your magic potential, looking at your future potential. Very intimidating, but a very graceful presence about him.
I first want to start with thanking your group. Not only the adventure guilds of the Wanderers, but for Prince and Princess Delphi and Timothy, and the companions, guardians, and friends, along with Captain Goldpaw and his enforcer group.
Was that Josh coughing or was that the king coughing?
That was Josh
This
coughing.
Vale.
That was
Okay.
Josh coughing.
No, Josh.
I thought we might have had something juicy. The king is dying.
Someone
No.
take away Veros' credit card right now.
Seriously.
Literally.
As the queen then speaks up.
And is not only through your guys' savior, salvation of the children, with the inspiration that you have brought to the citizens, knowing that the evil below has been taken care of.
It's at this moment that an appreciation and a thank you that we wish to give each and every one of you a treasure of monetary value or otherwise. What do you wish to have that we can give as the Platinum family?
As he looks out to the crowd, Captain Goldpaw is the first to speak up.
Your Grace. Your Grace. We appreciate everything you do for the city. Our soldiers have done their job, and therefore we ask for no compensation.
Continuing with the story, after Captain Goldpaw decided to withhold, being as this is a job, and they did their job, the king and queen look on to the next. They look to Delphi. As the queen speaks up.
Am I ready for
Princess
it?
Delphi, what is it that we can give you in a semblance of thanks for the sacrifice you gave? We heard the reports from Captain Goldpaw. You took a big risk to save not only children, but children that are not even from your kingdom. That type of sacrifice cannot go unwelcomed. Is there anything we can give you?
Delphi does like a little curtsy and says, Your Highness, I came to your wonderful city to learn all sorts of knowledge and things to better myself for my home kingdom and just for myself in general. And so if it would be at all possible to receive some form of poem or literature that would help me learn and better my own skills to be able to grow as a wizard, as an academic, as an advisor, that would be much appreciated. And then she does like another little curtsy.
As she smiles and bows to this.
The magic that you see, in the position that you wish to hold, I believe we do have something that we can give.
You see as she turns to her daughter behind her, this silver dragon, but with white patches, not platinum. See the shining difference between her and the king. As the daughter then stands and almost reaches into nothing before putting her hand through almost a magic portal, dimension of nowhere. And as you see her remove her hand from it, there is a tome. As she hands it to her mother, the queen stands and begins to approach, stepping down the stairs. And as she does, you see Captain Goldpaw kneel as the enforcer to the right-hand side follows the queen down before coming to you. As she extends this tome to you.
Please accept.
As the tome is presented before you, do you take it?
Yes, Duffy does like another little curtsy, and she puts like her one hand under, one hand on top of the book, and just says, "Thank you, Your Highness," and like pulls it towards her, and like holds it like up against her chest, and then does like another curtsy.
As she does this, the smile grows ever so glistening of kindness through the almost silvery blue eyes of this queen, before she leans in and whispers in your ear,
Thank you for being the bridge between our two worlds. This will help further our chances to have the Fey Realm and Platinum Star City unite.
Delphi nods like slightly and says, "Anything for my kingdom and yours, Your Highness."
She leans back, puts her hands on top of yours as you take the tome, and just smiles gracefully. Turns and walks back to her throne as the enforcer retakes their position.
Is it bad that my first thought when she walked down was, this is a great time for an assassination?
Oh,
The paranoia exists.
Wow.
It's D&D.
I mean, people are already suspecting something in chat.
You're a paladin.
No, I know. Most of my characters first thought that was my first.
Above table, above. As the king then turns.
Prince Timothy,
Yes. I bow.
for appreciating above and beyond what you've done. What is it that we can give you as a token of thanks?
Would I be able to get a royal summon scroll?
You see the wide-eyed king, not anger, but of shock, looks over to the queen as the queen looks back at them. Go ahead and make an insight check. And for anyone else who wishes to, go ahead and make an insight as well.
Insight is into, like, what the hell this thing is?
It's an insight to see if you can read what type of questionable faces they're making. And
I would also like to know what the hell this is, but I will also make an insight.
with inspiration, which individual has advantage? 66.
I got an 18 plus 2.
I got a 15 total.
Give
I got
me
18.
1 second so I can figure this out.
So you can read your dice. Go for it. Una, you have advantage if you wish.
Nice.
Well, Simon got a 1, so he's just lost looking around at all the gold
Yeah.
stuff on the walls and all the
This-
cool armor.
Yeah, this magnificent
15.
palace callus is taking Simon's in interests.
He's just taking in the opulence.
I got
Umbra
a
has a-
22.
Yep. Belindra?
Give me a second. I'm still trying to figure this out.
Oh,
That
God.
makes sense.
What insight?
Insight.
It'll be on your list of skills.
I think he wants to know what he's inciting.
The questionable
Agree.
faces on the king and queen.
That doesn't help.
That's fair.
Can I just roll insight for him?
Timothy asked for a what was it, a royal summon scroll?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they made faces about it, so we're
And
trying to
I-
figure out what the faces meant.
Mhm.
As someone who is of royalty,
Mark.
who would know what a royal summon scroll is, can I, as Haley, ask what a Royal Summon Scroll is? Because
You actually have not heard of this.
oh, okay, I haven't. That sounds like a thing.
With a 22, you can figure it out. But we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that process shortly. For those who could and can and rolled above a 15,
What if I got a 15?
that works. Meter beat.
Okay.
You see the look of shock of how did they know? How does he know about our royal summons? And that look of question of curiosity piques their interest. Where the king speaks up.
And what exactly, or should I say who exactly is this meant for?
Me?
Upon saying this, Captain Goldpaw lifts his head. Make sure I get this correct.
Your Highness. He is from the Denizen of the Woods. It is probably meant for Theo. I see.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm very confused.
You did not con save.
Nope. Which question would you like to ask Delphi?
Okay, well, I don't want to ask them. I'm asking. Haley is asking.
So
Okay. Above game. Okay.
Okay. So the scroll is to summon someone here right now?
No. This magic scroll has not been introduced yet. Timothy only has this information from something that Theo whispered in his ear that he could request for.
Okay. See, I was confused because they were like, oh, well, Theo. I'm like, well, why didn't Theo just fucking come? Why is Timothy wishing for him to be here? That's a stupid wish.
Because Theo doesn't like the royal family.
It will also
There's no
allow
reason.
me to summon him whenever I want. Like, we could be out hunting, and if I'm missing Theo, I could be like, oh, I want Theo here.
Oh, okay.
That is what Theo told him it could do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
As the king then looks down after what Captain Goldpaw has told him.
I see.
Ew. Okay, I get it.
Very well then.
You see as the king looks back to his son, a more silvery platinum dragonborn, closer to his father's resemblance. As he also too reaches inside, and you see his hand reach into a dimensional portal before pulling out a single scroll, then handing it to his father. His father then makes his way down to you, the attendant to the rights following. As the king presents the scroll to you, Timothy, and then leans into your ear.
If you can, ask Theo if he is willing to come talk. This is not an order of a king.
Okay. Theo, Timothy says that, stuttering out.
And if it wasn't clear, this is not an order of a king.
Okay.
As the king leans back and his authoritarian look still being as not intimidating as he can be for a royal dragonborn, then bows and begins to walk back to his seat.
Timothy bows back as he walks away.
Looking over you two at the next row, the king calls out,
Sir Paladin Durant. I see you wear the symbol of the Holy Warrior.
I do, Your Majesty.
Are you wishing to take up the mantle that your father once held? Or is this just for formalities?
Sometime in the future, I would like to take up that mantle, but I don't think I am prepared as of yet. This is for formalities.
I can't wait until that day comes. But until then, as thanks for assisting in the salvation of the citizens of Platinum Star City, what can I grant you?
If it is possible, Your Highness, I would appreciate a set of enchanted armor to better protect the citizens of this fair city.
Indeed. Great thing that can be done. Is there anything in specific do you want protection from? Our armory is filled from protection from elemental damage, along with being more on the quieter side.
Do you have any armor that has protection from fey magic?
Nothing that can protect from the Fae, but we can create something that is protection from the hags.
I would be honored to wear that, Your Majesty.
Indeed. Give us time. We will have this fitted for your nature. Be ready to give as soon as available.
Thank you. And I'm gonna bow to him.
As he bows to you, the queen takes over next.
Lady Una.
Lady Una.
I curtsy.
We hear that your assistance in finding the children goes beyond what you do as a day job. We hear of the flowers and the flower shop that you run. Please, let us know what we can give to you as thanks for something that is above and even beyond what a florist is called upon.
I was only doing my duty to the children of our city. If I could just have an item that will enable me to speak with the plants of the city, that's all I would really want.
Upon hearing this, you see as the queen lifts her hands to her mouth, trying to hold back a laughing notion. Her daughter, a little less successful in the background, as the prince and king smile towards this notion.
Wow.
One such attuned to nature that wishes to commune. How can we not give you such a gift?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You see once again as the queen turns around, as the princess reaches in and pulls out an encharmed necklace embroidered on the top of an embezzlement of different colored roses. As she hands it to the queen once again moves to the lower section. Not really reaching past, but reaching towards, holding this necklace out with both hands to you.
I'll take it and curtsy again and go back into my place.
As she leans in, a little less of a private conversation considering you're in the center of the group, but as she whispers,
May your kindness and your ability to help things grow. Push the city together in growth with the Fey realm.
She leans back and heads back up to the throne. Looking over, the king looks to Balisk. Or Valindra. Jeez, I'm so out of it, I'm gonna call by his real name.
Miss Valindra, the archery of the Platinum City Champions. What gift can we bestow upon you?
Cloak. That helps me disguise myself in the
Indeed.
normal people.
I understand you're nervous. But as much as we are royalty, we are still thankful for what you've done for the city. It can be done.
Thank you, King Draco.
We'll have it sent to your grandmother so she can attune it to an item that is well suited for your taste.
Joe will bow. A deep bow.
As Valindra bows, stands back up. The queen looks to the back row.
Sir Simon.
I gotta remember to switch between the two voices.
Sir Simon. We have not heard many of your ventures, but those that we've had, we hear you are a holy individual, spreading the word of Lathander, I believe. Your call to help was not only greatly appreciated by probably your patron, your god, but by us and by the citizens of the city. Please, how may we thank you? With what item can we give?
Simon kind of snaps out of just the sheer awe he's in of everything around him. That's right, Your Highness. I'm here. I'm here to spread the word of you, Lathander. You're correct. The one thing that I would help me the most on my mission would be a small, humble tract of land, possibly within center nearby of the city with lots of foot traffic, to help me establish myself in your fair city.
You wish to start your own chaplain?
Yes, Your Highness.
We will do our research to see what buildings are available. If it is possible, we will make it where it's towards the center courtyard of the city, where most traffic goes through for daily shopping. With this, many will see your building, and those that have interests in your belief hopefully follow. Give us time. We'll see if there's a land available for you.
Thank you, Your Highness. And Simon, he bows again. He kneels on one knee and stands back up.
The king then addresses the feline individual next to you. Sure, I get the name right. Looking through my notes, 1 second. Here
my
we go.
god.
There.
Oh,
We have
boy.
Dagadin. There we go. As the king speaks up.
Opal. Adventurer. Fighter of the Platinum Champion Guild. Follower under Dagadin, under the Wanderers. Tell us, what can we give you as a thanks for what you and your team has done?
I simply ask for the scroll of dragon sorcery. You see as the king and queen, once again intrigued, caught off guard by this request. As the queen speaks up.
And what would you do with magic of our kind?
Do what I've been doing. Get stronger, defend the people, and use my skills to help Dagadin with his mission. There's a questionable look upon the Queen King's face. Hesitant.
Dragon magic can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Misuse, it can level cities. It is not something we can easily give away.
I understand this. If the request is too much, I can ask for something simpler. But it would be appreciated. For the task that I have is meant to help the city and help Dagadin complete the goals that we have in mind. For the betterment of Platinum Star City. As the king and queen look to each other once more.
We will ponder this question. We will let you know what our decision is. And if we can't, please think of another item or a request that we can give in the meantime. We will get back to you as soon as we can.
As the feline known as Opal bows again. As the queen looks past her.
And Hogar, I believe his name was.
Yes, ma'am. As the fox individual just like gives a salute with his hands to the top of his head where his goggles are at. Tail slightly wagging. As he stands the full height looking past everyone. Actually looking for good stack of gold. I know everyone else is getting like items and whatnot and land stuff. I'm just looking for the money. The money we got from the guild was split between the party, as it should be. What? I'm thinking whatever treasures that's you guys can have coin-wise can work out well. Oh, with honor. As he like half bows back down to a knee.
Indeed. We can provide you with compensation, if that's what you simply request.
Indeed, it is. Your Grace, Highness. Whatever's higher. Yeah. It's like Dagadin does like a very subtle half like hoof kick to his like knee.
Very well then. We will gather the coin to be able to be given to you as needed.
Appreciate it very much. As he then goes back to looking at anything else As the king finally looks to Dagadin.
Now, Sir Dagadin, leader of the Wanderers, what is it that we can give you as a token of appreciation for what you have done for the city?
As the king addresses Dagadin, he looks forward with a serious look on his face. One that most of you are not accustomed to. As he then asks or answers the king's question as such. Your Highness, I request for an adventure party of a few select warriors to go with me past the fog. The room goes quiet. You hear the slight shuffling of helmets between the enforcers as Captain Gopal even himself looks over his shoulder towards Dagadin.
Simon looks over at him too.
Please explain, Dagadin.
We have been surrounded by this fog for hundreds of years according to our history. Every adventure party from this point has been destroyed. Monsters that live in there keep us away, keep us locked in. So much so that we believe the fog is meant to protect the city. But I want to continue what my family did. I want an adventure party to go beyond the fog.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And on that note, we're going to go to break.
Oh,
How is it going today, ladies and gentlemen? It is that one guy. That back at it again. I had a mini burp. Excuse me. For the Raiders, welcome, fellows and all, to Platinum Star City, the D&D game where me and my fellow friends get to journey amongst mysteries and magic. There's a lot of pre-episodes before this one. Like it says, this is episode 8.2. I had to end the last stream because of family issues. We're going to ignore that. And then prior to that, there are 7 other episodes. Those episodes are on my YouTube channel at That One Guy Plays. I don't have the link. I'll probably have to fix that in the future. But if you want to look the background up story for then, feel free to do so. And if you have any questions for the stream, hopefully the chat is able to answer them. We will be having some fun times. If you're new to this, I have fun little things for my viewers to also interact with everything. Like the hydrate that Umbra just placed there. It's not water, but I'm drinking something. 66, thank you for the shout out. It's the YouTube page there for the link if you wish to go watch the other ones. There are full VOD episodes from episode 0, which is the background story of these players, all the way up to the current episode 7 that's up. I have to edit episode 8 and this episode together, so I'll be editing. Our stream sessions usually last from like now until like 10, which is like a good 5-6 hour stream. However, I do have to work tonight, so the stream is only going to be 3 hours, so I don't want to drag this on for too long. We have fun little things for viewers that you guys can do. Watching the stream gives you what I call nerd points. The little Demon Slayer character on the bottom right holding the heart. Amongst them, you can give inspiration to characters if you wish for them to try better to succeed. You can also, if you save up enough points, try and sabotage enemies. It's a lot harder to do because the enemies have been planning their abilities to sabotage for quite a while. And amongst other things...
I love you.
Love you too, my dude. There is a fun new thing that I made for my players called a question. Whenever they want to ask someone or ask me a question that is important for the thing, there'll be a small pause while I answer that, and it'll be like in session type morphous, so like when the DMs go above the table. And so I will try and make sure that above the table and in game gets distinctive reactions. So that question bubble, where you see like the text bubble, that is specifically for my players. If you have any ideas for you viewers to be able to play along, roll dice for certain NPCs or whatnot, I will try and get in contact with 66. He's made a fun little thing on his channel that I still have to try and figure out. But in the meantime, now that that is said and done, we are going to be introducing the players, the fun individuals that are going to be participating in this session. My friends, starting from the top right of the stream, we have Simon Karras. Would you like to introduce yourself, the character you play, the class, and whatever you wish to do, while also figuring out how to lower your head, because you are just the body, sir.
We've discussed that. There's reasons.
Okay.
My name's Trey. I'm playing character. His name is Simon Karras. He is a human cleric. He has found himself here in Platinum Star City, and we are just learning a little more about his backstory. We've recently found out that he follows the god. His name is Lathander. It's the Church of Lathander. So we're kind of exploring that a little bit. And he had just requested a parcel of land in his last episode, so he's trying to start his church, but he's been caught off guard by something that just happened in the throne room. So he's kind of he's in a weird space right now because of what he just heard.
He's a Dullahan. Going up next, Una Vaxis. Please introduce yourself, character, and everything about them, class-wise, if you can.
Hey, I'm Umbra. I play Una. She is a druid Eladrin who owns her own flower shop. And she basically is just there to chill.
Yeah. Your recent gift that you were able to get from the king is the ability to speak with plants when they get you your magic necklace.
Yeah, she wants to start up a spy network of the plants in the city.
Didn't even think about that, but yeah. Durant Goldweaver, please introduce yourself, your class, and some fun fact about you.
I'm playing Durant Goldweaver, a paladin for the Church of Palor. Currently a bodyguard for Timothy Thornberry. I had something else to say, but it's now gone.
It was deleted. Yep. Your brain does the Control-Delete method on your own mind. It's fun. You're on a train of thought, and the train just gets derailed by your own logic. I understand.
Yeah, brain's gone. Okay.
Yeah. Top left would be Valindra Ramirez, a elven, a full elf. Let me look at the character sheet. Yeah, a wood elf. A wood elf arch ranger hunter, played by Valisk. He is bowing out this episode. It's understandable. I had to do that last time as well, so it's fine. Get your rest, people. Take care of yourselves. Is always good. They are currently part of the Arch Ranger forces for his mother at the nobility. Look at the actual names I got on the right here. The Ramirez family. The family he's from, his mother, is the commander of the Archers of the Platinum Army, a special forces of, well, archers of all types, from bows to crossbows, and great hunters in their own rights, as Valindra has recently joined their ranks, but also taken on the mission to protect Delphi, the fairy princess. Up next, Timothy Thornberry.
Hi, I'm Ty. I play Timothy Thornberry, male fairy prince. As we all seen like 2 episodes ago, he finally kissed the guy that he's in love with. His best friend is Delphi. He's needing to give her an apology for being distant with her these past few days. Yeah, that's Timothy.
Yeah. And last but definitely not least, as the story of this first arc has been involving this character a lot more than was, believe it or not, initially intended. Delphi, would you please like to introduce yourself and your character?
Because I'm the center of attention. Hi, I'm Delphi Oleander. I'm princess from Thistlegrove Kingdom in the what is the realm called? I
The
forget.
Feywild.
Feywild, thank you. The fairy realm. It's my realm. No, I am a wizard, and I'm going to school here in Platinum Star City to learn, all sorts of things, so that way I can be the royal advisor to my older sister, who's supposed to be queen of the kingdom I come from. And we snuck Timothy here with me. And since we've got here, things have been really rough for me. Things have been trying to kill me. I've been promised to some hags, apparently, since I've been born. And it's been a lot, but I did save some kids, so fuck yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, and just a recap of the first few episodes. Ogres like to have sex in public. Okay, thank you.
Check out episodes 1 to 3 to get that background lore of where that came from.
I think everyone likes to have sex, okay? Not just ogres.
Yeah, but they like to do it in public.
I'm pretty sure everyone does.
I am not into voyeurism.
I can second that. Nonetheless, let's get into the continuated story of Platinum Star City, where we last left off after our group of adventurers successfully rescued the children that was trapped and mutated underground by this sewer hag. A hag almost body completely made out of rats and this weird lycanthropy mutation. It spread its mutation to the children, turning them into were-rats, but thanks to a specific coin that Delphi's mother gave her, was able to save the first one, which gave her the inspiration to then save the rest. After agreeing to the hag's demands, going through a series of heartbreaking events, eventually the hag was driven out by a werewolf-like beast folk individual who works for what the players now, or some players, know as the Empress of Darkness. After successfully saving all the children, and after hearing news that the hag was driven from the sewers, there was a moment to recollect the events that happened. And not long after, the king hearing the news of their great achievements, they were invited to the royal palace to not only be rewarded, but thanked personally by the king of Platinum Star City. As the group arrived one by one at the front gates, each of them having their own mourning, sharing passion, waking up till next to loved ones, finding clients, and hearing news of events that could possibly take place. Our players finally gathered together with the group of adventurers that joined them from the Platinum Champions. Their dear beastfolk friend that they have re-nicknamed Moose. It wasn't until later that they learned his actual name was Dagadin. His two companions, a feline-like cat that they later learned was named Opal, and a humanoid figure, Caucasian skin, but with red fox hair, with nice little fox ears and a red or white-tipped tail. That is pretty much from Fox and the Hound. That's the only way I took the inspiration from there. Take it as you see it. But humanoid nonetheless. They learned his name was Hogar, and as their own companions treat him, he needs to be on the verbiage of a leash to make sure he doesn't say anything stupid, especially in front of royalty. But as the group was all brought in by the captain of the enforcers, Captain Goldpaw, they were able to walk through the central palace, meeting up with another enforcer. On the right hand of the center throne, a gazelle-like beastfolk, paladin armored with the crest of the platinum and gold insignia of the city, shield and glaive on the right-hand side of the throne, as introductions were given. And two great dragons flew in from the darkness, using their magic to then polymorph into dragonborn-like features to be able to take their place on the throne in this grand royal chamber. It is here, in this obsidian and purple marble stone flooring, the red carpet that runs down, and the statues and silhouettes of this grand hall that shows the greatness of this esteemed building. After the royal king and queen took their place on the throne, their children approached from the side. However, for those that didn't notice, or if it wasn't clarified, because I can do that sometimes, one seat where a third royal child should be sitting remained empty. And as that was there, each of them were greeted by the king and queen. After the first forward gratitude, thanks that they gave, they also gave each player a reward or a request that is within their power. As each of them, one by one, asked for items, magic, armor, or even requests of certain lands. The king and queen were more than grateful to do so. And as it got to the end, Dagadin, Moose, asked for a request that shocked not only the king and queen, but also the players, as his request was to gather an adventure party to go into the woods past the fog and find a way out of what he deems is a possible cage. Upon the request, the room gets cold. Not in a sense of temperature, but as all eyes turn to Dagadin, he is staring intently and with dedication towards the king with his request. I may have made the mistake of forgetting which character's voice is located. I will hopefully try and fix that, find out.
Sir Dagadin, please explain further.
As the king gives out his issued request, as Dagadin turns. It was not 20 years ago, Your Highness, that the last search party left. A size of force of over 100 of the Platinum Army soldiers, 15 enforcers, and 25 adventurers left to go and push past the fog. And on that day was the day that only 15 soldiers, 2 enforcers, and 1 adventurer returned. Looking amongst the crowd, there is a silence amongst the enforcers, a look of hurt from the king. Even Captain Goldpaw almost turns and looks towards the floor. As Dagadin continues. It was on that day that the failure that led so many lives lost was also then shoved aside. When asking the soldiers of what happened, they refused to talk. Some led to believe it was bribery, while others led to believe it was fear of what was out there. The enforcers chose not to speak, either to not recollect the horrors that they saw, or simply chose to forget them. And the adventurer that returned didn't last very long, for he himself went missing. And it was that day when my family didn't return. My mother, nor my father, that I dedicated and trained so we can solve what happened. What is out there that can wipe out such a force? The room in a long pause of silence. As you see the king lifts his fingered claw to his lips, contemplating, thinking. As the queen speaks up.
Sir Dagadin, what happened on that day left soldiers and the enforcers in great disarray. What you're asking is not a search party, but a mission to fight monsters. We know of the monsters that live in the woods, in the fog, and that is what's there. That is what attacked.
As Dagadin looks around, does any of the players speak up in this moment?
Simon does, yeah. Yeah. Simon has been looking over at Dagadin in a little shocked, a little concerned, but intrigued. And he turns his head towards the queen and begins to speak. Your Highness, beyond the fog there is more than monsters. there's more than death. For I came. I don't recall. I don't remember, but when I set out on my holy mission.
What did you say?
As you hear the low guttural growl from the king, the enforcers are gripping their poles and staffs as Captain Goldpaw turns and his feline-like eyes begin to narrow. You have captured this room's attention.
Simon kind of takes a big gulp and steels himself to begin speaking again.
As the king stands to his feet, still on the throne but looking down.
Where did you come from?
Your Highness, I don't remember much, but I do remember stumbling through the forest, through the thick fog, down from the mountains to the north. I remember setting out on my mission, and one day when I was exploring the forest, a strange fog rolled in, and I got lost. I continued, unknowing, unseeing, until I stumbled down, I fell down the mountain, and out of the cloud, saw your great city.
It is at this point that Dagadin turns his attention towards you, looking past his partner Opal. View from the outside area. Do you remember where you came from? His attention, his eyes almost heated with either rage or passion. The emotions are mixed as he tries to approach before the king speaks up.
Enough! Simon, we will speak to you in private, but you will not say another word of this.
As Dagadin and the others look towards the king and back to you, it's this odd confusion of trying to put the pieces together and this side of secrecy.
Simon takes a big breath and he just nods and shuts up.
As the queen then taps the king on the arm, giving him an expression to remain calm. The king pinches his fingers between his nose, then sits back down on the throne. As the queen speaks.
We will start by saying that, Simon, you are not in trouble. But if what you say is true, you are the first individual in more than centuries old that have been able to pass the fog. A feat that none have accomplished. We would like to simply inquire more information that you might be able to give. But you will be safe.
The king looks over to Dagadin.
Your request is noted, Dagadin. You will gather information. And if it is true that there is a possibility, a passage, to get out of the fog, your request might be heard, but only by those that choose to leave. I will not sacrifice the lives that happened 20 years ago again.
Dagadin, face reforming in composure. That is all I request, my king.
Is there anything else that anyone requests as of this moment before we move on?
As he looks amongst your group, does anything or anyone have anything to add?
Delphi
I
just.
don't think
Oh.
so.
I was just gonna say, Delphi just kind of like anxiously kind of like shifts her feet and looks down at the tome in her hands.
That is all. You were all dismissed. Despite the shift zone, I once again thank you for your duty of saving the citizens. Simon Karras, Captain Goldpaw, you two are to remain. Everyone else can go.
As the word is spoken, hesitation, but finally, after receiving what they wanted, Dagadin, Opal, and Hogar stand and begin to walk. Do the rest of you say or do anything?
I'm going to quickly follow them.
I will follow Timothy because
Who did he say needs to stay and talk?
Simon and Captain
Simon.
Goldpaw.
Okay. Una will
Simon
also
in
leave.
trouble.
Before Opal walked away, Simon leaned over and said to her, "You know, when you get your hands on that scroll, I know somebody who speaks dragon."
You see her turn to you, and a look of not hatred, but a seriousness of the information that you hold. A passive glance of an individual who finds something that they were not knowing they were missing. It's almost like if an individual finds a key to a door that they've been struggling so hard to walk through. I would appreciate that. As she then follows Dagadin and Hogar.
Just because I'm curious, is it you who knows dragon?
Yeah.
was this flirting?
If the tone wasn't as serious, yeah.
All right.
Movies.
I know. As Valindra looks upon the throne, back to the group leaving, she will begin to walk alongside Delphi on the way out. So the group of you leaves the chambers?
Yes.
Okay then.
Yep.
Yeah.
As the doors close behind the group. Sure, this is good on screen. As Simon approaches just behind Captain Goldpaw. As the doors not slam, but the heavy sound close and leave the enforcers, the king, and royal family. And you hear. You see as the king turns around.
Finnick, Heartclaw, you have served your duties. You may go.
As the prince and princess stand and leave as well. After they walk past the curtains, this tension that is here only views itself. If the air became chewable, you feel like you would have a hard time swallowing. As then Captain Goldpaw stands to his feet and then approaches to the right, standing next to one of his enforcers on the right-hand side. Do you take the center of the stage, or do you stand to the side where you were?
Simon's gonna move up here and kind of begin stumbling out an apology. Your Highness, I'm sorry if...
He raises his hand for silence.
We're gonna start with a few questions. And then, if you have questions, we will answer. High Mage.
As he looks to the left hand, as the paladin-like armor with the staff and shield, you see her barely tap her rod to the floor as a arcane light moves from her position around you, and a 15-foot cone of light begins to encircle. Not blinding, but just showing the arcane runes that are around you. Do you wish to make a wisdom saving throw, or do you choose to fail?
We're gonna stay strong and make that throw.
Alright, make a wisdom saving throw. DC you are trying to beat is 16.
17 plus a 6.
As the magic lights up, you feel the magic almost try and compel you not to speak, but almost as if inhibitions to hold back the truth would have been null and void. But you are able to shake off that ability and effect. However, amongst doing so, you see as the other soldiers and enforcers, along with Captain Goldpaw, get in a more serious-like notion. As Captain Goldpaw speaks up.
Is there something you're hiding?
I'm hiding nothing. I simply do not remember.
He looks up to the king, and after a acknowledgement, go ahead and make an insight check.
It's 14 is 6 and 20.
You are able to gleam off both from the individual casting the spell and the knowing glances and glares. They know that the spell didn't take effect. Just keeping them on edge, but none of them are really being hostile at this moment. As the king once again speaks up.
You said you came from the north.
That's right. From down the mountain.
You have no knowledge of outside the fog.
I remember bits, and I remember pieces. But everything is fuzzy.
Did you run into any monsters on your way to the city?
No, Your Highness.
What was your desire to come here?
I was sent on a simple mission from my church to spread the word of our Lord and to shine his light upon all lands.
The queen speaks up.
You mean to say that you pushed past the barrier that soldiers of great magnitude and adventurers of great skill died, and you were able to simply walk through?
Simon considers for a moment. Maybe it was the blessing of the Lord. Maybe I am just lucky. But that is what I say.
As the king and queen look to each other, I would like you to make a persuasion check. Since the spell didn't take hold, they can't really tell if you're lying, so at this point, they need to see, or you need to make them believe.
A 13.
You see as when they both look to each other, the concerns and question glances, a conversation between strategy, royalty, and duty. And it looks like that conversation could have gone a lot longer than the 3 seconds that they looked at each other. Before the king looks back.
Do you think you can do it again?
Your Highness, I can make no promises, but I can bring the light of the Lord, and I can try my best.
As the king stands from his chair and begins to walk down the steps, growing ever so closer before he gets to your face, you see Captain Goldpaw moves in alongside him. So does the other enforcer. As the king
kind of straightens up.
How tall are you, Simon?
Let's see. We put him at a good 5'11".
As this roughly 6'8", 6'9" Dragonborn is looking down to you, his scepter in hand, his armor of platinum and gold is standing, even more taller and intimidating than Captain Goldpaw, as he looks down to you.
Then I have a quest for you, Simon Garrus. I would like you to guide the new expedition through the same path you entered in our city.
Simon takes that big gulp again and nods his head. He's very intimidated right now.
The queen stands and approaches as well. As she gets next to her husband, also standing. Her height, smaller than her husband, still stands at a good 6'5". As she looks down.
You may bring whoever you deem necessary, mage, warrior alike. And if you are successful, not only will we grant you your request of building your church, but we will hold you and your church with high esteem in our city, considering you are not a citizen from it.
And you see there is a firm look in her eyes. Her bright neon blue. You almost sense like an arcane nature begin to glow as the eyes look down. You realize you are not a citizen of the city. And just recently, putting the pieces together, the infiltration of the hag, the idea that there's an individual that can get in and out, you realize that they are on guard, considering how you conveniently can't remember, and you did what soldiers of a great magnitude could not. They are skeptical, but at the same time, there is a hint of actions that need to happen. They didn't reject Durant's requests, and with this on top of it, you get the idea that they are not against the idea of going past the fog. They just need a way out.
This is heavy.
Yeah.
Man. Simon speaks up one more time in a slightly more relaxed manner, hoping to break the tension just a little bit because he's just been given a very important quest and he feels that he has caused a lot of this. So he kind of puts his finger up. If I could get one more request, Your Highness, since I am, after all, going on this quest for you.
Both the queen and king simultaneously, their chins lift up in like that royal magnitude, and now they're like, from their lower peripherals, are looking at the quite literal down upon you. As both of them simultaneously, you hear,
Speak.
Speak.
Just one small thing. I seem to have lost my favorite shield in the sewers. If you could find anything for me to help guard me against the dangers that I'm gonna face, that would be, well, that might just save the whole trip.
make a persuasion check.
Oh yeah. This is what I want. Oh no, a 5.
You do have inspiration. One of the viewers were able to give it out. He didn't specify for which individual, but I take it that's for you.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely gonna use that. All right, try it again. That one was a 19.
You see, as both the king and queen, you at first trying to focus on getting your heartbeat out of your ears, you're finally hearing the natural low growl that they constantly give off just by breathing. Before both of them turn and walk back as they move past their thrones into the back layers, staring into the void. As the king speaks.
Captain Goldball, get this man a shield.
And you see the bright silverescent platinum magic grow around them. Before, as they almost trustful walk off the edge of the back platform before they return to their dragon forms, and you hear the heavy wing beats as they descend into the darkness. Before piercing through your mind, not painfully, but almost as if she was still next to your ear, you hear the queen.
Do not fail. Or at least, do not let our citizens die in vain.
as you hear the roar as they descend back into the darkness behind.
Simon just lets out a big breath.
As you see Captain Goldpaw turn and look to you.
Beyond the fog, eh?
Simon kind of gives a wink to Goldpaw. So how about that armory, Goldie?
We can do that.
You see as the enforcers stand at a more relaxed position, the gazelle lowering a more nonchalant-like stance as Captain Goldpaw puts his hand on your shoulders, gives you a look of almost a mixture of pride and hope.
Though you may not be from here, you have done more than enough to prove that you are not a bad person. Simon, if you didn't know, you just might be a great hero of the city.
Ooh, that makes Simon feel good. He just kind of beams at Goldpaw. Big old smile.
As he turns behind, he looks back at the enforcer next to him.
Zara, feel free to talk to Durant. Flesh out the plan and let him know. His request will be granted.
Of course, my king. Sorry. Whoa. Of course, Captain. Hierarchy was like awkward there. Yep. As Captain Goldpaw turns to you and helps guide you out past the doors, standing outside the castle walls, a group of you. And the long archway pillars on all sides. Did you all wait? For the conversation to be over, or did you walk outside of the castle?
I think we're pretty much all just waiting outside in like the castle wall areas, like where we are right now. I think we stayed there.
Okay. Upon walking outward, Dagadin is in a not truly pacing back and forth, but you see the dedication, the drive to try and get more answers from this secrecy. And as at this moment, after about a few minutes of just waiting around, you hear the metal armors clanking, and you see the return of Captain Goldpaw, the gazelle-like enforcer, and Simon, unharmed. What kind of emotions do you think you'd be emitting at this point?
Definitely, like, you can tell he's kind of brooding and not all with it right now, not the same, like, happy that he's been, because he's been thinking about what he's got to do walking out of here.
As you guys see, as this gazelle beast folk in the armor approaches Dagadin, Dagadin turns to eye glances, like the quick eye shift from Captain Goldpaw to this gazelle and then immediately to you, Simon. And you see as he begins to approach with a firm, it could definitely be as aggression, before the Gazelle warrior stands in front. Easy there, Dagadin. You should be happy. King granted your foolish request. And this man here is going to be your guide. As you all hear this, you see Captain Goldpaw has a smirk on his face. The very few moments you see any emotion besides the seriousness or even the nervousness. And as the smirk grows ever so greatly,
this moment is not only retribution for what happened in the last failed excursion, but a chance to explore the horizon beyond this barrier fog. Take pride, Simon, and prepare.
as he turns and as Captain Goldpaw begins to walk down the steps, seemingly heading back to the Enforcer Castle. What do the rest of you do?
I want to head back to the woods.
We'll follow Timothy back to the woods. This is my job.
Delphi wants to go back and go look through the book.
All right, are you heading back to the nobility room where Valindra has been having you stay, or are you heading back to the woods with the rest?
I'm gonna go to the woods.
All right, Valindra will follow eagerly before Valindra speaks up to Simon.
Simon looks up at Dagan and tells him, well, I guess we have some planning to do, and decides to go with them.
As Valindra looks to the group, if you can, let's take this conversation to the woods, because I kind of want to know what this is about as well.
Okay, well, I mean, let's go.
You see as the group of everyone gather around. Una, are you doing anything?
We'll go with them.
Okay. As the group of you, it's easier to just drag him over here. And then yeet everyone down
Oh,
here.
thank God, because my roll 20 is lagging so bad.
Yep. As the group heads off to the woods. Let's go ahead. Organize so everyone can see everyone's picture oh so beautifully. The path of walking out past the gate doors, you are escorted by a carriage once again. Massive royal long limousine-like carriages manned by this almost automaton-like driver. There's no horses driving this carriage. It's magically driven. And as it goes through, you see the people have somewhat dispersed, but others are still waiting around, either shopping or even just passing by, as they see the doors of the inner gates open and the royal carriages move past as they begin to once again wave. Some give some cheers, but the initial crowd seemed to have dispersed from your first initial greetings into this area. As you move past along the massive trading and food court in the center of the city, you head to that one specific alleyway as the carriage pulls up and the doors open. You guys, one by one, exits and begin to walk down the long alleyway to the immaculate tree trunk walls that resemble the building that you guys know as the Woods. As you guys, one by one, enter inside, transition. You see as the interior, as I remove some of these hooded NPCs that are definitely not bad people.
They're definitely bad people. They're villains. They're here to hurt us.
I could take the time to, one by one, give you guys your other characters that you have for NPCs, but for time's sake and everything, we're going to work with these NPCs here, and if you have complaints, I can only apologize.
Suffer. Oops.
Behind the counter.
I was at a table. I shouldn't have been at a table.
It's all good. As you each enter in, you see aside. You see as Raftalia, the owlin singer, or the blue jay singer, actually, is at the table enjoying a nice little cup of tea and some sweets. You see as Elle and the fox individual that you guys know as, let me look up the name again because I don't want to get the names confused. That's the royal family, that's the darkness, the woods. Kaylee! Coyote Beast Folk, yes. As you see, Kaylee sees you all enter, and as the same as Clara and Theo look past the checkout stand there. Well, you guys are back. Welcome back. How was the ceremony?
It was something. Yeah.
Did you guys ask for something completely ridiculous that left them stumped and hilariously dumbfounded?
I did.
Technically, Timothy did, but technically we didn't. Well, I guess next, Simon, I guess, had information for them that.
Yeah, he did. It threw us. I don't know.
Let me go ahead.
Something happened when we left.
As you guys enter in, you see entering behind you guys as well. You have first you have the gazelle. I have to look for the right tokens because my Roll20 is not organized. I apologize, chat. When you have 4 different campaigns, you kind of get all of them blended in together. Nope, that's the other campaign. Getting closer. Warmer.
Colder.
There we go. Yep.
Other words with temperatures.
Yep. And yep.
Just eat them all in there.
Eat them all in.
Don't mind mine. I have 2 on here.
Okay, Umbra, down. As the group fills in, you see Claire's like, "Oh, we're gonna have a big crowd today. Take the center table. 1 second." You see her reach behind the desk as Theo also helps her pull out the same wand that he used before. As she takes the wand from him.
I thought this table. Wait, how do I do the blinking thingy again?
You click and hold.
I thought this table already had 8 chairs on it.
Oh, that was for that one night's, but it returned back to its 4x4 stand. And even with 8 chairs, your party group is a little bit bigger than 8. So, as you see, as the wand is passed over to Clara, she takes it, points towards the center table here. And as she begins to cast, you see the grass-like vines begin to grow off of the wand. The gem ignites as the table expands more wide and new chairs begin to grow from the wood, looking like further stumps to fit all 9 of you. Wait, no, 10. Am I mathing incorrectly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
No, there's 2 Timothys on our
that's what it is.
Floorboards.
Nope. Okay, so yeah, it is 10. Which Timothy do you want?
I'm still in human form, so we'll get rid of the fairy form.
Yeah. Cool. And with that in mind, the wrong thing. Cancel. Aha. The center table is able to host the 10 of you. as you see Dagadin is being that, like, he's not trying to be rude, but the intensity of wanting to get questions out of the way. I dress. Give me a second. I literally said just save time, but fine. Here's your dressed self. Enjoy.
He said we were on a limit.
Dog, this is you're showing weakness.
I am. I want to please my players.
You said no to save time.
I even told you.
It's done. It's done.
I thought you were full of shit.
It's done,
Oh
it's
my
done.
god.
All right.
I was serious.
It's there.
No. Thank you, Tom.
No problem.
Oh my
I'm here to please. I'm here to make my players have a good time.
god.
As you all enter in and you're there, Dagadin is not leaving Simon's side. It's like that weird mixture between a serious warrior and that estranged girlfriend that just doesn't want to leave. And he's just waiting. You can see, like, he's like processing the thoughts of questions he's wanting and pushing to try and keep shut from asking immediately until you guys get at least settled. And then immediately from the right hand, you see his shoulder gets not too aggressively, but definitely a like gym bros one another as the gazelle like slugs him in the shoulder as it snaps him out of his like eye stare from Simon.
Thank God somebody was gonna do it.
You see him rub his shoulder and turn to her and then realize and let's take a seat.
I'll be there in a minute. I have to go talk to Theo.
As the group ends, you sit around the table. The table's going to be wide enough to fit all of you, so feel free to park anywhere around it if you wish to be part of this conversation, which Valinger wants to be part of this conversation.
Simon calls over to the bar and asks for them to bring a flagon of ale, you know, for him at the table, and he heads upstairs to change real quick.
You see Kaylee, the beast folk, like put her arms on the countertop, lift her head over. Happy! And just goes over and you just hear the very efficiently, but just clattering of like mugs and ale as Elle looks over, sees the group. You see a smirk go on his face as he then enters into the kitchen, and you see the glowing of red-black as you hear the multitudes of individuals begin to partake in some type of cooking, cutting, something kitchen-y. And the rest of you?
I'm talking to Theo. I'm gonna join them later.
Simon, did you mean to go to the stairs?
Yeah, he just went upstairs to change real quick.
There's
I wasn't sure how much more RP.
Yeah, you're good if you wish to go up there and change, because it's just one of those moments as you like don't go to the table. Once again, Dagadin's like turning and looking to you and getting ready to speak up before you see the gazelle folk just glare at him with like eye daggers, and he just shuts up and sits. As the rest of you hover and collect around the table, Kaylee comes around. You see very efficiently, like a dog circling the couch excitingly, however very cleanly, neatly, and not loud. A mug or a glass is like set up and like right in front of each one of you as she runs in a circle around the table before she like sets up two pitchers in front before going back behind the counter on all fours, like scurrying around. It's like the cute moment of like the only reference I can give is like Avatar: The Last Airbender, the coyote people that can like just turn and point and then lift and then run and then turn and hold a book in mountains. Like it's like moving fast but adorable.
Oh, the fox friends from the library.
Yeah,
like we're in a Miyazaki film. I get it.
Yeah. And as they're all finishing up and everything, you see as she is setting up all the chairs, leaves two empty cups for both Simon and Timothy when they eventually get to the table. bring some water pitchers, ale pitchers, and there's actually one little pot of tea that has finally been brought from the kitchen, in case anyone wants a nice little herbal fruity tea. But as you guys are all setting up, Timothy, as you walk to Theo and Clara next to the checkout desk, as he looks and leans against the open window table to you. So on a scale of 1 to shocked face look, how intrigued did the Royal Highness look when you asked for the item?
Everyone gave me a 10 on shocked, okay? Everyone. Also, are you trying to get me in trouble?
Oh, they weren't gonna do anything. Most likely.
The king wants you to know, it's not a command. He does want to talk to you.
You see the drowy-eyed drop like an annoying chore that doesn't want to get to, as he just if you want me to meet the king, definitely gonna need my flask back.
You know it's in your room, right?
You left it in my room?
That's where we were this morning.
But you took it from me. If it's in the room, it's in the room. I'll
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go grab it and I'll...
But if you do go, I would like to go with. I don't want you to go alone.
Make an insight check.
Alright. Fuck yeah, a nat 20.
Go on. You see the initial shock look, but instantly tried to hide it. He did pretty good. Clara didn't seem to notice too much, but you see as he clears the... Yeah, I don't know. It's probably going to be talking about keeping Fey creatures safe, some boring political mess that we have arranged. You don't really have to go.
I'm going. Whether you like it or not.
You see, as he stares off before zoning
also,
back in. Yep.
I take a needle out and I prick him.
Just a needle?
Yes, just a needle.
I would say make a strength check.
Okay.
Because in all realism, you're using
I got
a needle.
A 17.
A 17? Okay,
Yes.
you go and you prick at the skin, and the initial points hitting against the scale of his hand, it's not easy, and so you have to apply that extra force, and by the time he looks down realizing what you did, because at first it's just like, oh, he's like poking me with his finger, oh, that's a needle. It finally pierces through one of the scales and gets in, and it's just like, oh.
I take up the scroll and I put his, I'm gonna say thumb, and I put his thumb on it.
He takes the thumb, puts it on the blood print that you put on in his hand, and he's gonna press it into the scroll. You see the interior of the scroll has arcane runes and symbols looped around. What languages do you speak?
I'm going to let you know. I think it's just here, hold on. That's in my features and traits, right?
Yes.
Just Sylvan and Elvish. So
You-
fairy and elvish.
Yeah, Sylvan is definitely one of the indications. You see the summoning capabilities, being able to bring whatever entity directly to you from the summoning scroll from the Sylvan aspect. But then there's this weird other rune connection that is definitely a lot harder. You don't understand the language, but you see
Can I at
as
least do like a history to see what type of language it is?
this is more of an intelligence check.
Intelligence? Okay. Just like regular intelligence?
Yeah, just roll and add your intelligence modifier to it.
Oh, fuck yeah. 19 plus 2.
You're able to see the not really horrible handwriting, but like the rough, rigid nature to the lettering. You can tell this is probably Draconic.
Okay.
You still can't read it, but it's Draconic nature-like.
Okay.
And as Theo puts his thumb against it, the blood seeps into the paper, and in that same Draconic writing, a very long lettering of name extends out in the center of the scroll.
Do you want me to do insight?
Well, it's not insight, it's more just... You can assume that a name was filled out here.
Okay.
Whether it's Draconic writing that is more complicated than common, it has a lot more lettering than simply Theo. You can only assume.
Okay.
Might be his full name. Who knows?
Okay.
As he looks to you. Now, as funny as it was getting this, I do want to add, try not to use it any willy-nilly. If you're in trouble, by all means, just eat the thing and use it, but try not to make, like, house calls, because if I'm in the middle of something important, I don't think you... Well, you probably would want to see me naked again.
I would love to see you naked, Theo.
Be responsible as you see him, like, brush his hand against your hair.
I'll try. For you.
And on that note, let's forget the prior conversation ever happened, and let's have a good day. And you see him, like, kiss you on the cheek and then begin to walk away.
I look over at Clara. Just, like, smiling from ear to ear.
You see her, like, smile and have that, like, that teasing sister mentality of, like, ew, kind of, like, look to her, but still holding her dignity, being a high elf and technically the co-manager, but in reality, the manager of this establishment.
He just kissed me on the cheek without me having to initiate it.
I do have to say, Timothy, you relit the spark that has long been, well, that I thought has long been lost. Thank you for that, by the way.
Yeah, no worries. I'm good. I really do like it, Clara. I really do.
You know, for someone who likes blue, you're kind of red right now. You see her turn and walk toward the reception desk.
It is blue. I go to the table. I sit down.
As you go and sit at the table, at this point, Simon, if you were finished getting changed into more comfortable attire.
Yes, he comes down the stairs and goes and takes his seat at the table. Like, I don't know where he can fit anymore.
Nice little Control-Alt action can help squeeze everyone in.
And he grabs one of the empty mugs and pours himself a drink.
All right.
Timothy will go for the tea.
As you guys see Theo walk past and head up the stairs into his room, closing the door behind him. Claire's at the reception desk working. Kaylee is like sitting attentively but also snacking behind the counter, looking and waiting if you guys need to request anything more before Elle emerges from the kitchen holding out a nice little 2 sets of different types of bowls. One seems to be steaming, the other one doesn't. As Kaylee goes, snatches them up and brings them to your table. You have one set of these interesting potatoes that have been cut up. The smell smells nice.
The smell sounds.
I realized what I said, so I try to recorrect. The smell is
Your smelling
nice.
sounds, dude.
Wow, dude.
The salt-like nature to these cut up potatoes, and then on the right-hand side there is a nice little salad bowl, and then plates are brought around. Nice little snacks and food that you guys can munch on while you're having this discussion.
Sorry, did you say they were like the potatoes were like sliced?
Yes,
Did
and
you make French fries?
there's no French in here, so I made potato cuts.
I take a bowl and I grab some potatoes.
Just add them to your plate and everything.
Mhm.
They feel, if you grab them by your hand, they're a little greasy. And as you like lick your fingers so they get it off, there is a very delicious salty texture to the taste.
Fuck yeah, now that's good fucking potato.
As everyone grabs their meal and sits around, Dagadin making his meal, but still, yeah, he can't hide it. That's a natural 5. He can't hide it. He's like adamantly like pouring his food, looking up towards Simon, looking down, like setting his plate, passing the bowl, then looking back up at Simon. He's wanting to like push for questions adamantly. Does anyone speak up first? In that case, as the stage is quiet,
I continue munching on yummy potatoes.
Yeah.
Delphi is quietly sipping some of the tea that was brought over and reading the tome, and like going over all the new things.
absolutely.
She gets to all the new knowledge that she gets from this tome, and occasionally you guys might hear her like make little gasps and stuff because this is quite an amazing piece of literature.
Mm-hmm.
Simon, he upends his flagon of ale and sets it down and looks over at Dagadin. Sir Moose, is there something on your mind?
Now that we can talk business, yes, there is. And you see as like Hogar like turns, this is like 4 fries are in his mouth as he turns and speaks. Bro, you gotta calm down, I swear. As Dagadin turns and has the king ordered that you not talk about where you came from?
Simon pours himself another tall glass and takes a sip and sets it down. The king didn't request that of me.
He has not touched, even though he poured himself, he has not touched anything. As he looks across the table towards you. Then what do you know of the outside world? Why is this fog either creating or entrapping these monsters in this weird aspect of the woods? And if I remember hearing you correctly, you said you came from the north? Like, the mountainside is all that's up there. Like, how did you actually get through? And there's like these questions keep piling on. Not really giving you much chance to answer them, but he's just, until someone cuts him off, this dedication is there.
Once he gets cut off, Simon kind of leans forward on the table, puts his elbows up on it, puts his hands together like, a serious moment. And he begins to speak. My name is Simon Karras. I'm a Dawnbringer of Lathander. I come from a county called Cormier. Where it is located in relation, I cannot tell you. I was sent by my church, the House of the Morning, on a holy mission to spread the word and the light. When I got here, I came from the north. I came down the mountains. It was dark. I was lost in the fog. It was dangerous. I'm not gonna tell you any different. I don't remember what happened, but what I begin to remember, I was in a pretty bad shape when I came out of the forest. Luckily, my Lord has given me the power to take care of myself, and I was able to make it to the city.
You see, as Dagadin absorbs this information, he pulls out a small piece of parchment and begins to somewhat write certain information as the gazelle speaks up next to him. Well, since this individual has been from the outside world, Simon, was it?
He just nods.
Dagadin has been interested in exploring past the fog ever since I've known him. This is a mission that he deems necessary to honor his family that has been taken from him. I have been listening to his explanations, his theories, and doing my own little research to figure out exactly what has been going on. Because like he said, some of the soldiers were paid to keep quiet, while some of the enforcers that survived, Captain Goldpaw being one of them, refuses to talk about it. My only guess is because either they deemed it such a failure and an onslaught that there was no need to pursue, or there's something out there that's they don't want known. And since you were the only individual that has been past the fog, memory loss or not, you have been the new key to unlocking what we do not know is beyond our city walls. You are a mystery. As Dagadin turns. According to Captain Goldpaw and Gazira, are you going to be able to get us through the fog?
Simon looks over at Dagadin, and he can tell that he's not sure. I can't tell you yes, but I can tell you that I will try.
In the end, that is really all we can ask for, is it not, Dagadin? As Gazelle said this, or Gazira. Gizara. It's funny how you write things down certain ways to be able to know how to pronunciate. Right. Sorry, as Dagadin speaks. We have an adventure party of us four thus far. If any of the enforcers wish to join us, we might have more, but none that we have talked to have been willing to join our idealistics of being able to go past the fog. As he looks to the enforcer next to him. If you were leading this journey, the four of us, it'll be a risk. Monsters that can take out an army and adventurers are no joke. But if you are able to get through by yourself, then whatever path you took might be easier. But we should have individuals that can go with us, that we can trust, and that are wanting to learn more about the outside world, but also have skills of their own that can make us succeed in our journey. Which is why I have a request for the rest of you, as Dagadin addresses the table. Despite not fully succeeding in killing the beast, you all stood your ground. What you knew what was right. This is just simply me asking. Would you all be willing to join me on this expedition?
Delphi looks up from her book and like kind of like glances on the table. It's like anxiously like waiting what everyone else is gonna say.
Josh, will you remind me, how long has the fog been here?
From your memory, the fog has been here since Platinum Star City was being... the walls were going up. Since the beginning.
Okay.
From your knowledge, anyway. But you've only been here for 100 years. Sorry, that's Valindra's knowledge, who has been here since the beginning. From your knowledge, only being here for 100 years, the fog has always been here. And according to any history books that you guys... make a history check, in fact. That's what history's there for, you know? Checking if you know the history.
"21."
According to the history books, what Dagadin said in the hall of the histories not speaking about the fog, besides that there are monsters inside, leads you to believe that the fog has either been around since the creation of this city or even before the city was founded.
Okay. I'm in. I'll join the expedition.
I'm down if everyone else is down.
If Timothy's going, then I must go too.
Valindra looks...
I'd be more than happy to go.
And I will go as well. I have been wanting to hunt creatures that are stronger, so this shall be a fun new experience. Plus, I gotta protect the princess, so bonus. As Opal turns to you all. We appreciate you joining. We have been gathering resources, magic items, and what knowledge we can of our expeditions in the woods to figure out what we're facing.
Okay.
And because you all are now part of this, we should show them, Dagadin.
Show us what?
Agreed. As he turns over to Clara. Miss Clara, may we ask for some privacy? As Clara turns around. It's been a while, but okay. Takes the same wand and waves it towards your table as you guys see a blackened like shroud begin to encumber and surround. And as darkness takes over, the center table flowers begin to glow with fairy lights, almost like fireflies dancing around to give image inside this dome. As Dagadin looks to the rest of you, no one can hear us outside of this table, and it needs to be kept that way. Clara and Theo, most of the workers of the woods know about this, but even they keep it on the down low. We have discovered 3 things through the adventurer that he wrote down in a journal before he passed away. You see him pull out a leather-like journal, a single tooth being like a brace to keep the door closed with twine. And those that you can see in this light, with the passive perception that most of you beat, you see there's dry blood stains around the book. As he unravels it and Dagadin opens it and lays it on the table. Upon the journal notes, we have 3 distinct worries along with information that we can use. The first and foremost, the fog is indeed a magic barrier, a fey nature.
A fae?
Yes. It is almost a new type of magic. And the way the book describes, it itself almost has a living consciousness. Its objective is to disorient, to make anyone that enters lose their trace. And at some points, we even believe that it can warp where you've been. The journal dictates as he reads from the passage. As they left marks on the trees to notify where they have been, walking in a straight line, they have found themselves sometimes returning to similar points of where they've already been, unintentionally, but not always in the same place. Mapping the forest is near impossible. But there is a reason for this. And this is where we get to the second and main issue. The creatures that live in the woods. We've heard of the normal monsters, but when we got deep inside, we discovered a new thing. As Dagadin describes the creature. For story-based, the description is as such. A creature living of wood, tree life, and flesh and gore. Almost as if bears, wolves, or any living creatures have been absorbed by wood-like elements and take the forms of these organic treants. They have been noted down in the book as timber creatures, timber wolves, timber bears, timber ogres, timber giants. And
sounds like some Feywild shit.
Indeed. And amongst all of them, almost hard to read through the dried up blood spattered in the bottom of the page, the word describing the creature, and the only 2 letters that can be read.
Wait, can I prestidigitation and clean the blood off?
It is dried blood. It's a lot harder to clean off, and you could risk tearing the page. But you may certainly try. Do you wish to make the attempt?
No.
Okay.
If I have an ability, if I have a chance of tearing it, I don't want.
Okay. The 2 letters in common that most of you are able to read begin with D-R as the blood covers as the blood covers the rest of the wordage.
Dragon.
That is what I fear. Whatever's in these woods, these timber fey creatures, mutated, changed. At first we thought it was just some dark twist of nature, That is until we went to the sewers and rose up the third problem. We believe that these creatures are not of natural nature, but corpses that have been mutated, just like the ones we saw with the children. We think there might be a wooden timber hag, either living in the woods or just beyond it. As the table grows silent, do you guys say anything?
More hats? And Duffy, like, kind of leans forward and puts her head down on the table.
At the very least, if they're corpses, that means that hags can be killed.
As Hogar, the fox folk, speaks up. I mean, if we're being completely honest here, I originally thought they were just like weird, cursed corpses that have been changed by the forest and all. But ever since, you know, the whole were-children and the mutation that's aligned with the description that's was given for this hag, being of a rat-type nature, we can only assume, and once again, this is assuming, that, yeah, some type of maybe a tree-type hag or whatever has been taking corpses, mutating the thing out of it to make them like tree zombies or whatnots. But, you know, this is just a theory. It could be wrong. Could actually be nature. But, I'm gonna shut up now. And you see, like, yeah, Dagadin and them were staring in the sense of the theories line up. It's most likely some type of tree hag.
Are we saying that all these animals that are in this fog are theoretically coming from hags? Does that also mean that they are also just like long gone humans that have just been lost in the forest?
As Opal speaks up. Not entirely. From what we have understand is the creatures that made it through the fog, the ones that we've hunted, they are of normal nature. Regular wolves, dire wolves, bears, they are not changed. It's only those that have not made it out of the fog, or that are still trapped inside, that if the hag got their hands on them, it would be able to change them, make them follow their orders and obey, or at least become more dangerous than their normal counterparts. Zara speaks up. Which is why we need some magic users, which is why we were going to ask some of you to also join along, which we're glad that, well, we didn't have to. Dagadin turns. But we can make this work. Because if what Simon said is true, we can avoid the fog entirely. If he came from the mountain pass in the north, we only have the initial forest line to deal with. That is the regular creatures. The dire wolves, maybe some bears. But we won't have the mutations if we go through the mountain pass. The only problem is we don't know what's in the mountain pass. As he looks to Simon. Only you do.
And Simon leans back in his chair. And therein lies the problem.
You don't remember.
And he just nods.
We can go off of what we do know. The path you took as you entered and came towards the city is a start. From there, we can try and find any pieces that you might have unconsciously left behind, or even creatures you might have had to kill along the way. Corpses and anything, but it's better than going through the forest. Instead of heading eastward, we're heading northward. Sorry, instead of heading westward, we're heading northward.
Could Simon be cursed? Is that why he's missing your memories, Simon? Like, could it be anything like that?
It sounds like it's the work of the fog.
According to the journal here, the adventurer who wrote it didn't seem to lose his memories. Just didn't want to speak about the horrors that they saw.
I'm thinking that you were cursed somehow, Simon, to forget your memories. That's what I'm thinking. Because if the guy in the journal wasn't losing his memories about anything, why are you different?
Ogar snaps his fingers and points to Timothy. Yeah, that's like a good point, actually. Because the fact is that you remember who you are. You remember the place you came from. I mean, I assume you do, right?
And you remember the god that you
serve,
worship.
yeah. I mean, so it's not like a complete mind wipe, but if it's specifically to how you got in, it sounds like it might be a fog thing, considering it's a living thing. Maybe because it couldn't stop you, the best they could do was just yoink your memories, you know. Takes another sip of ale.
A fog that can cast curses.
I mean, the fog could be the hag's ability, so maybe...
We're not so
maybe,
sure. Durant speaks up.
You mean not Durant,
Or sorry, Dagadin.
Dagadin?
Yep. I'm just gonna call him Moose from now on. You know his real name. As Moose speaks up. The monsters have not reached the city. And the fact that normal adventurers have never reported to seeing such tree-like monsters before.
Mm-hmm.
Which means they can't get through. So I don't think the fog is under their control. But at the same time, I don't think the fog is essentially helping us either. It was confusing the first search party. They had trouble getting around on their own, even mapping out. And it's a living, like, entity in its own magical rights. Living magic. It can be one of many different things. But Feywild, as I've been coming to learn, is a little chaotic.
Complicated. Delphi, do you think you could, like, do some arcana checks? Or can you, like, check out to see if Simon's cursed or anything?
Sorry to disrupt this sidebar. I don't know how to find the tome thing anymore to know what new powers I have from it.
I will find it and I will give it to you. Give me a sec.
Okay.
But if you do wish to make a Arcana check.
Well, I have identified. Could I see? Could I? It says, if you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Could I do that to him?
You can. Okay, let me read the verbiage of that one more time, because that's an interesting.
So it says you choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it's a magic item or some other magic imbued item, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use or how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. But then it also says... What?
Continue.
Oh, and then it says, if you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting you.
Yeah, it's identify, isn't it?
Yeah.
Identify. I was holding on to the object quote until the final end where it says, if you touch a creature, you can
And
identify.
technically, he can be considered a creature. I mean,
He's
everything
considered
that
a, yeah, he's a creature.
lives.
He's a creature. Yes, he's a living thing. He's not an object, which is why I was holding on to the whole first paragraph until the end where it said if you touch a creature, you
Right.
can figure out what spells are affecting it.
Uh-huh.
Is that what it's? That's what it said?
It says if you touch a creature throughout the
Music is
casting.
going wonky.
Music one walkie. That's the stream. 1 second.
If you touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see if there's any magic effect or any spells affecting Simon, which there may or may not be.
Yeah.
While she does that, can I cast detect poison and disease?
You can go ahead and cast that if you're casting it on Simon.
I have to cast it on myself. For the duration, you can sense the presence and location of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of you. You can also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case. It can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
You're gonna see so much
Oh.
alcohol with that.
Yeah, all right. So you are using that.
We're gonna figure out what's wrong with you, Simon. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Do they have- Do they have to be willing?
No, because I cast it
No?
on me.
Yeah, cast.
Yeah, you cast them, but for identify, I assume you have to be willing. 'Cause
Identify.
You have to touch the...
Yeah, identify the creature. You have to touch the creature. So that part you have to be willing.
Okay. Delphi climbs across the table and sits in front of Simon.
Feel free to upgrade your page sheet, Delphi. It should be there now. Let me know if it's not.
Okay, hold on.
And you have to attune it after the hour. You go study it.
Yeah, well, I've been studying it, so how long have we been sitting here?
About 30 to 40 minutes, so you're almost through a good chunk of the book.
Okay. But Delphi is sitting in front of Simon on the table,
Yep.
like looking at him, and I like hold out my hand for his hand. I was like, if you please.
And Simon reaches out and gives her his hand.
Okay, and then I start to cast Identify, which takes 11 minutes, I think it said.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Oh, yours is 11 minutes?
Yeah.
She's ritual casting it.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
'Cause
doesn't
then
take,
it's- then
doesn't
it's
take up a spell
free.
slot. Yep.
Yeah, see, Simon can't do that. He needs a pearl worth at least 100 gold.
Yeah.
Wizard.
Oh, well, mine says I need that, but
Yeah,
that's
but
if
you have a spellcasting focus.
Yeah, you have a spellcasting focus, or you can ritually cast. Ritually cast causes an item that you need, which is the pearl and everything. If you do rituals, if you use spell slots, it's instantaneous, and you don't need the items. On top of that, because most of you are first-time players, I'm not holding you to those components. And when it comes to more simple spells like Identify, if you want to use bigger spells like Revivify, you're gonna need to like specify that I'm gonna get some gold or diamond dust. But for simple spells, especially for a first-time wizard caster, I'm not like, going to require that you get all the components for each individual spell, because when you take your time to look at it, it's a lot.
There's a lot of random shit for spell. Like, I think the light spell requires you to have a firefly. Like, no.
okay.
Identify
you know
is such
what?
a good spell.
With this one, I'm a princess. I think it's safe to assume in my components bag I have a
You
pearl
have
and a
what you need.
feather.
Yeah. We're just gonna, we're gonna ignore
There's
the
an owl lady in
about
the
it.
corner. Like,
yeah. With the 10 minutes going by, at the end of the 10 minutes, the shroud then does dissipate. It's only a set amount of time for the dark bubble. And as it does, Clara turns around. If you were saying anything important, I would suggest stopping now, but hope you got the important stuff out of the way. Oh, Delphi's sitting on the table. Cool.
Yeah. Don't mind
As
her.
Identify goes off. Delphi,
Yes.
You can sense there is one spell that has a
So cold.
death grip on Simon. And that spell is Modify Memory.
Anyone have counter spell?
Okay, I haven't told you guys yet.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting really into this.
So, like, Delphi, like, lets go of Simon's hand and, like, looks at him and is like,
On a
"You are
side
cursed."
note, Delphi, I would also like you to make a Arcana check, please.
Arcana.
Secret Arcana. Secret Arcana.
17.
Your heart begins to thrum. As you feel something growing near your chest. And as soon as the feeling arrives, as you remove your hands from Simon's, the feeling subsides.
Delphi kind of sits there for a second, like, with, like, this, like, not, I don't know what the word for it, but, like, just like almost like her breath is caught in her throat. And then she, like, kind of, like, snaps back to, like, where they are, like, and she's like, "You are cursed." And then she looks at Simon even more, like, "Your mind is, there's a spell, what is it called?"
Modify Memory.
It's modifying your memory.
As the group looks over,
What does that mean?
Well, that's probably why he can't remember anything. But I don't.
Gazara speaks up. That is a higher level spell that is used to either erase or even replace memory.
Well, does anyone know anybody that can do counter magic?
You're as good as guess as mine. Me and Delphi, we just got here a year ago. We hardly know anyone.
I mean, we could probably go to a church or a temple and find someone who knows how to do that.
The Church of Palor may have someone that knows counter magic on staff.
You do know, Durant, that the high head priestess that you talked to, he is traversed in magic.
Okay. The High Priest may know something. May know how to deal with this memory block.
Was there anything else you got from identifying it, Delphi?
No, just that he has modified memory on him.
Simon puts his hand to his face and looks down, obviously worried.
Did my spell catch anything?
There is no distinct poisons or disease on him besides whatever alcohol he has consumed.
Is there any poisons or diseases near me within 30 feet? Besides my own poisons?
Yes, all of the alcohol.
That doesn't count, holy.
Give me a sec. I gotta look at some verbiage.
Alcohol does count. Alcohol is literally a poison.
Anything besides alcohol.
Okay, no, you do not.
Interesting.
as the group is there, Dagadin turns to you all. We can get these memories back. They might be more clear on where we need to go. Do you think your high priest will be able to see him right away, Durant, or do we want to save this for another day?
Well, first of all, is this like a real world tavern where they have no windows so you can't tell what time it is?
This is a.
I think there were windows.
There are windows, but they are like somewhat tinted to make the atmosphere look like you're in the center of an actual woods.
My question is basically what the hell the time is.
Yeah.
I look over at Clara and I'm like, what time is it?
Clara reaches in her pouch, pulls out the small little pocket watch, clicks it open. You're looking at somewhere around 3 in the evening.
Thank
Closes
you.
it. Lifts her hand as she continues her paperwork.
For the best of my knowledge, the priest should still be at the church and still doing his works. So we could probably head over there now and see if he can see Simon immediately.
Okay.
Field trip.
Secret ta-da.
As they all
No, we're not going through any tunnels.
As they all get up one by one, you see Durant leaves a few silver on the table. Both Opal and Izara also leave some silver as they begin to walk towards the door. Durant, she will be leading the way. Do you all follow in suit, or does anyone stay behind?
I don't think
Delphi-
anyone has any reason to stay behind.
Delphi stays
You say where?
behind.
Mm.
Delphi.
I'll let Timothy stay behind too.
Simon's going with, but I want to have him do something while following the group, so if anybody else is coming.
Of course you'd be going.
Valindra
Yeah.
will turn to the group.
Yeah, you don't have a choice in that.
Exactly.
The way you were trying to make it sound like, I'm gonna stay behind. And they'll just do it that way. I'm like, what? You have to go.
You're the only person required to go.
Literally. Well,
Also-
Durant too.
Yeah. Also, am I insane? Is the map tilted? Am I losing my mind?
Yes, you're
Is-
losing your mind.
Okay.
I think it's just you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be the way that we're all lined up in the circle. to make
Yeah,
look like
it might be that. Plus, the tables are not really lined up; they were placed for convenience. So there could be a couple
Okay.
factors, but I don't see it like visually tilting on the map.
My brain is like it's tilted like just a tiny bit, and I
so you
can't
kick it in.
unsee it now. Help.
Valindra will speak up. I'm gonna get started on getting our equipments ready. We'll see if we can get what I need and other weapons and ammo for this journey. If we do it either tomorrow or in the next few days.
Okay.
So I'll be heading back to get that stuff done. So Valindra will head out and take care of that.
Okay.
If we're
Hogar.
going to be going through the fog, I need to go talk to Elian about this. So I'm gonna head back to my shop and get everything ready for me to be away for however long it will be.
Okay.
You can talk to your plants now too. Or do you
I
not have that yet?
can. Josh, do I have that yet?
You they had to search the treasury for it for you, because just like, oh, search for something that can help talk with plants. We might have something, so they are searching for it. They'll probably be able to give it to you by the end of the night.
Okay,
You'll
sweet.
get it in the mail.
Yeah, the Platinum Star City Postal Service.
Same day delivery?
It's the PSPS.
Oh my
you
god.
you got overnight shipping.
I got next day shipping, excuse you.
PCPS, yeah. Platinum City's Postal Service.
No, Platinum Star Postal Service, PSPS.
Yeah, you can do Platinum Star Postal Service. It's PSPS.
You just gotta make sure that you got the best one because some people they get lost in their mail.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse you. The United States Postal Service is fantastic.
Yeah, right.
It was doing so good that they had to force it to make it not be able to pay for itself. Because fucking America. Okay.
Moving back into the world of fantasy so I can escape reality. Valindra will be heading back to her shop. Timothy's
Valindra has a shop?
No,
house.
Back to her family to do gathering things.
I don't words well.
We know, it's okay.
As you
You're
all...
okay. Here, have head pats.
Luna goes to hers. Yeet Una to her flower place.
Alright.
Yeah.
Una will head to her flower place as the rest of you. Let me gather you all up in a more controlled bunch. Yeah.
Delphi and I are staying behind. Make sure you don't just yeet us with them.
Okay, I'm not eating either of you either.
Yeah.
So only these
I'm
individuals
gonna
are
build my
heading
flower shop in The Sims.
to the upper area where the church is located. I can't fit all of you up there, but it's in the upper quarters. And alright. So this is the map. On the way back, heading to the city, do you guys want to take the fancy limo carriage, or do you want to go by foot?
How long does it take to go by foot?
A few
It's
hours.
like yeah. At that point, I'd rather just take the limo if I were you guys.
This is kind of urgent.
Alright.
Yeah.
As you all take the limo, the first one to be dropped off, as Valindra exits and heads into the interior city castle walls, you then make your way around the town. Onlookers of all types, because the royal carriage is immaculate in size. The only one as long as this one belongs to nobility. And as you pull up alongside, heading to Una's shop, she begins to exit as onlookers turn in excitement of, I know that flower shop owner. She was in the noble carriage? Do you think she was one of the heroes? And the whispers begin to grow and talk.
Duh.
As the door closes and the limo pulls off, if you have nothing left to say to each other during this journey.
Nope.
I'll try.
A meteor hits the city.
Yeah.
We're going out with the dinosaurs. Perfect.
She comes back. She comes back. The whole city is on fire. And
Everything's on
asteroids are
fire.
hitting.
There's a crater in the center of the castle where dinosaurs are spewing out.
Dinosaurs exist in Dungeons and Dragons. They're in the
stat
monster
blocks for 'em.
manual.
Yep, they do exist.
There are velociraptors.
You just gotta find the right plane of existence.
This plane! Bring him to this plane!
Oh gosh.
I mean, Una could just like transform into one.
Plants
Yeah.
and dinosaurs.
Yeah, but you have to know about the animals
to be fair,
to turn into it.
Yeah,
I have learned a lot about nature, thank you very much.
Una's
I'm an
defense,
old
she
druid.
is a druid fey creature, so she is from the Feywild, so she knows about planes travel, so she does know about dinosaurs.
But
So
you've
when
seen a velociraptor.
There's
Yeah,
picture books.
You don't know about me.
Okay.
Una turned into one before, didn't she?
Can she?
I tried to.
You can polymorph
think it was
already?
I think it was a velociraptor.
I can wild shape. I can't
Oh,
follow
you're
him
a
up. I can
druid.
wild
That's
shape.
right. You can just
think-
wild shape on whim.
Yeah, and I think the only dinosaur that is like small enough is a velociraptor.
And I think that's what she turned into. She
I
was
believe
trying to
it's
make a
very
pink one.
possible.
We'll look back on the
She was
footage.
I'm
That's
telling
right.
you,
I was a pink
I'm
velociraptor.
telling you, it was a pink one. Like I remember this.
This bull is awesome.
Okay, if you say so. I don't. Okay.
I think it was during our winter event.
Yeah.
Oh, when you went
Yep.
to the Isle,
Yeah.
the Ice Kingdom. Okay. All right.
Like we even made like a whole little like crown picture thingy for her.
I had to make a token and everything.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
You
catch
guys
up.
would make me do that.
Yes, I distinctly remember this.
I want my Velociraptor
Yeah.
token.
I feel like we had this conversation too.
Yes. We did.
Let me check the ice sections of my tokens. Got the ice dragon, got the ice things. I don't see the Velociraptor, but we'll leave it for the footage.
All right. I'm
It
on.
exists. I'm
exists.
sending it to
It's
you
out there.
right now.
All right, that's fair. While that's happening,
As soon as I find it.
yep, as it's happening, Una, as you exits and enter into your shop, the quietness of it being closed while you were away, your partner not back yet from their day job of being an investigator, a detective of skilled assortments. You do have your sending stone, so you can speak to her right away if you wish.
I'll message her and let her know that I have something important to discuss with her when she returns. Before she returns, I'm gonna get started working on poisons that I can make, like dipping poisons and poisons that I can like throw at people. I'm gonna start work on that.
Yeah, for sure. As you enter in the shop and immediately use your arcane magic to turn on the lights around the area, head to the back area shop where you begin to mix and match your poisons.
Oh no! She was a Velociraptor. We had to give her a wolf one because we didn't have one.
Oh, because I couldn't make one on the fly. That'd make a lot more sense.
Yes.
That'd
Yes.
make
Yeah.
a lot
That's
more
what it
sense.
was.
But yeah, she was a Velociraptor. Cool.
You're welcome.
Dinosaurs exist.
You know what? I'm an idiot. I have a dinosaur sprite. It's for a T-Rex, but I could have given. It would have been close enough. It's cute and it's not big enough to be a T-Rex.
That's great.
And it's pink even.
Alright.
Una, go ahead and you're proficient with are you proficient with brewing? Not brewing. What's it called? Alchemy?
Where would I find that?
Would be in your features and traits.
I have an herbalism kit.
Herbalism is for poisons. That's right. Alchemist is for potions. Gotta keep remembering that.
I know I've made potions
You've made
before.
potions, but you wouldn't have a proficiency bonus in making them, which means it would just take longer for you to perfect them. But you've had 100+ years to perfect them, so that's why I made the DC low. However, for natural people, if you're not proficient with certain things, you wouldn't get your proficiency bonus to whatever check you're doing. Because you have an herbalism kit, you are specifically able to make healing potions, because the herbalism and the healing medicines are close at hand, that I made the DC low for you. Poison is pure herbalism. Making poisons is easy. Making poison potions
And I have
is another
access to
thing.
all the plants I need. Thank you. I grow them all by myself.
Yep, you are a
You're
druid.
so-
As you begin to make your poisons, go ahead and roll me a I think here you would roll with proficiency because you are proficient with your quests. It would be your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. Yes. So you have a +5 to whatever you roll now to start making your poisons.
I'm just gonna use my insight to roll that because that's already a +5, and I don't know how to add my proficiency bonus.
That works. That's fair.
That's a 24. Give me them poisons.
Yeah, you are in work mode as you begin to grow the plants, and the ones that are already grown and at full effective bloom, you take them and begin to work, grind them down, make them into the necessary paste and or powders that you need for different types of poisons.
I want to make enough to give everyone in our party, not the NPCs, but our party, at least 2 poisons.
Okay.
Like whether they need to, like, for Delphi, it might be ones that she can throw. For Lindra, it might be something that she can dip, like, her arrows in, like, stuff like that.
Absolutely. As you get about 10 to 15 minutes into your work,
I knew something was happening. The music changed.
I was meeting the royalty.
Is that what Mr. This is out of character. Is that Mr. Wolfie's voice?
that's Mr. Wolfie's voice.
I'm just gonna continue and say, it's fine.
Any new information that you can have for the darkness?
Sounds like we are going to be investigating the fog.
You see as you hear his heavy footsteps, because since you said you were continuing working, you see the silhouettes of his darkened fur almost blending in, or at least attempting to blend in, like if the fur itself was trying to latch onto the darkness around, but the light you have lit to see your work. As he stands in front of your work table desk and then begins to do a half sit. He's still on his feet, but he's like crouching, but his body still is over the table trying to look at you.
You guys are heading into the fog.
Yes. It appears that someone has made it through the fog from a mountain or something. So we are investigating how they were able to do that.
And who has accomplished such a feat?
What class is Simon? He's a cleric, right?
Yeah.
That cleric. The new one.
The Empress was looking into him, but we don't have much information. It makes sense now. He is not a citizen of the city.
Does not seem like it.
How do you know this isn't a trap?
He has a spell on him. And it matches up with his story.
Do you glance at all at the Xanagar's face as you're working, or you just focus on your work?
I'll glance up. Like, if I reach a stopping point or a pausing point in my work, then yes, I'll glance up.
Make an insight check.
"22.
With the 22, you see interest. You see a person who is gaining information that they really want. If it wasn't for his blackened fur, you wouldn't see the back end of his teeth as there is a grin.
Someone has found a way out.
It seems like it. Seems like hags may be causing trouble, though, as usual.
You see as his tongue lips from the backs of his chops from the front.
They're no problem for me. I can take at least one of them on, but not a group. If I get permission, may I join your expedition?
It would be certainly useful to have you. I don't know that people would agree, however.
They won't even know I'm there. Will that work?
Yes, I think it would be helpful to have you with us. If it's as dangerous as they say, as many people that we can get on our side will be helpful.
Indeed. Let me ask the Empress. I will get to you in the morning.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
You see as he leaves 5 gold pieces, not buying anything. Token of appreciation for the information just given. As he then, you see as his form dissipates and becomes one with the shadow itself, leaving his eyes being the only thing glowing in the darkness before he blinks and is gone. It's at that point that you hear the front door open. Honey, I'm home.
I'm in the back.
Did you make something?
Nothing you want to try.
Damn it. I'll start cooking.
Thank you.
She begins to head off into the kitchen. As you finish your first batches of poisons used for different things, could be used to dip, coat, or apply. You have a set of potions, we'll say. Go ahead and roll me a d6.
Give me one moment. 6.
You have 6 uses out of this, so you can either apply it to 6 different weapons or apply it to 6 different instances, pour it in drink and so on and so forth. You have 6 of them. As we move and follow the limo.
Okay.
Durant, as the limo pulls up in front of your church, you see some of the children that are in the area open playing a few games. You see them holding affirmed sticks that they could have found. You see some of them are holding like trash bins as like shields, and you see they're like playing like warrior swords and everything. As the limo then comes to a stop, they turn and look, and you see some of the braver ones are like standing their ground with awe, as the more shy ones are like hiding behind them, childlike in nature. And as the doors open and you all exit, the last remaining group, you see as Hogar and Opal peek their heads out as they look to Durant. As Hogar speaks up, "Yeah, not much of a religious guy myself, but y'all have fun. I'm gonna go and spend my gold that I just got, because I have money!" And you see him like put his head back into the limousine, getting ready to head back to the Adventure Guild. As Opal then turns, shakes her head at the annoying brotherly like nature that Hogar is, looks to you all. "I will make sure he doesn't drink himself a stupor and gets his gold stolen. You 4 let me know how it went, and then let us know what day we are planning to depart." Moose turns and nods. As they both get back in the limousine, and it begins to pull out and head towards the Adventure Guild further north. Northeastern, actually. As the 4 of you, Moose, Gazara, Durant, and Simon, are all in front of the church. Who takes lead?
Are the children inside, like, by the church grounds, or?
Yeah, they're by the church grounds. There's not really a heavy duty fence, but there's like that like decorative like silver gates that like shows the entrance from what you know religiously as from holy ground to the commoner ground.
Okay. And are they inside that gate, or are they on the?
They
like,
are
on the street?
inside the gate. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of like a well-known protective notion that the kids learn growing up here.
Sure. Okay. I'm gonna go up to the group of kids and say, "Hey, have any of you seen the head priest around?"
You see as the one holding the shield and a very large stick like tries to
Captain
stand at a soldier like attention as he like clambers the stick against the tin can lid. Ting ting. Yes, the head priest is in the main chapel, blessing a few individuals and giving a sermon. Oh wait, no, he finished giving the sermon. He is in the chapel, I think. And you see him like look like at the other kids, and they're like nodding and affirming. He's like, "Yeah, we saw him." Are you
Thank
looking
son. You can
for?
get back to your game.
It is not a game. We are soldiers. We're fighting to get stronger.
Okay.
It's just, I just picture just Durant just going, yeah, okay, and just walking past them.
I didn't know what to say to that.
As you begin to march on,
Don't hurt each other too much.
you move towards the open chapel doors. The doors are already open. And entering inside, you see at the very front there are a few of the clerical priestesses moving around, as the head priest is at the front. Seems to be finishing up talking with some others as this humanoid individual bows and respects and walks away. As he walks towards the front door, seeing you all, they bow in respect as they walk past you, as the head priest then sees your guys' approach, as he puts his hands in a relaxing manner behind the back, expectantly a smile on his face. Durant, these individuals you brought with you, are they here on business or religious purpose?
Unfortunately, we have to be here for business. This man here seems to have a memory manipulation spell cast on him, and we may need that information that is being blocked.
I see. Hello, sir. I am Father Almar, head priest of the Palor Temple. Who might you be? As he looks to
Simon. Yeah, Simon's been following behind the group, and he's not really. He's just kind of following along absent-mindedly. He's been playing with his amulet from his holy symbol, just like spinning it in his hand and looking into it. And he's been he's really apprehensive about this, and he's scared of what he's gonna learn. So he's just kind of trying to divine something, and I want to see if I can get Gnome in before we delve into this and use augury.
Oh, okay.
And he's using his token, his amulet as a focus, because they can do that.
You're using divine sense, and you're using
augury. It's the second level divination. He's just been staring at his amulet, spinning it, trying to understand what's going on.
Trying to see what augury actually does.
Yeah, to look it up myself.
Yes.
I'm. There we go. Yeah, spend the last time. Since you have the ordained necklace you're playing with. The end choice. You have that, yeah. The spell does not take into action or the account the possibility of circumstances that might change the outcome, such as casting an additional spell, a loss. You receive an omen from an otherworldly entity. about the results of a specific course of action. Oh!
He's wondering if this is going to be a good idea.
Interesting. Okay. As you cast this augury and you move through the temple as the head father introduced himself, you're sensing a feeling of weal and woe.
Okay. Simon kind of snaps out of it and introduces himself to the head priest and sticks out his hand to shake his hand out. My name is Simon Karras, and I guess I'm cursed.
You see the father look into your eyes, not of concern, but of actually trying to identify, not casting the spell either, but just reading into what you say. Or replying, I don't believe you are cursed, but the spell has taken hold of you. An intent one. Do you know the nature of this spell?
Some sort of memory erasing or altering.
Someone
We
has
should have left
modified your memory. And you wish to remove this spell's effects on you.
Simon lets out a sigh and looks back at Moose.
He is standing, I wouldn't say like a diva, but he has like that hip cocked hand on his like sword, not threatening, but just like anxiously waiting for answers, as Gazara is in a more relaxed but still redeemed soldier-like stance of just standing at attention.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. We need to remove this.
By all means, right this way, as he turns around and leads you guys through the layer of pews that leads to a door to the side of the main chapel. And as you head past the altar stains, multiple candles alighting, the symbol of the Palor sun on the background, he leads you through the doors into a deeper hallway, heading to this back-end garden-like area. Natural flowers and greenery grows as you see other priestess and students are either raking up leaves or even cleaning pillars and walls, wiping them down. And then at some points you see yourselves approaching a separate small building, almost a house-like nature front entry, but very small, not ramshackle, but a small, like maybe a one-bedroom house, almost an apartment complex like size. And as you enter inside, you see there is a ordained and very beautifully decorated stone table. Candles alight amongst the opening of the doors as a glass-stained window is being brightly shined through by the lights, giving off the symbol on the stone table of the sunlit light of Palor. As the father moves around the table and gestures his hands for you to lay down upon it.
And Simon does so.
You lay on your back on the table, anxious, holding on to your own medallion. As Father Almar looks to Durant. Do you wish to participate for this cleansing?
If you need my help with it, I would be glad to help.
Just to be aside to give your friends some ease of mind would probably be best. As for you
Okay.
two, as he looks towards Moose and Kizara, as much as I can sense your dedication, I believe your intent is a little overwhelming. I ask that the two of you please wait outside. You see as Durant, not rudely, but wishing to speak up before, once again, Kizara just turns and, in a soldier-like 180 turnaround, she shoulder checks him to begin him to turn around as well. He's like, yes, head priest. As he then turns and heads out through the doors. You see as a priestess then walks up and closes the doors, standing inside the chambers along with the three of you. Now, I do have to ask, these memories that we are wishing to retrieve, is there anything we know about them? Their source of origin, or who could have possibly casted it upon him?
I don't think we know.
I see. I will start with the basics. We will go over some restoration spells. And if needed, we will move to a greater restoration. As much as the church does help those that are lost, we do recommend a decent compensation after the results are done. Is that okay?
I guess it has to be.
All right. Durant, if you wish to stand next to your friend.
I will move up next to him.
As you are standing on the length, or the width, I should say, of the table, standing to the right-hand side of Simon, who's laying down, the head priestess moves up to the head and begins the process of casting the incantation of a restoration spell. As the spell begins to take over, Simon, it's almost as if dozing and drifting off to sleep. And before you know it, your eyes are closed. You see the symbol of your deity hanging around your neck and begin to drift upward like if gravity stopped existing. In this darkness where only your medallion shines, you find yourself, your legs are moving, you're walking. As you hear the laughter of others around you, visions and images of people take a hold. Others in the same adornments as your deity. Armor for those that seem like warriors. A set of holy warriors. There is a paladin by your side, with the symbol of your crest on his armor. You see a few others, one with a book that they are trying to read and walk at the same time. A female individual singing a song while playing on the lutes. I can't pinpoint who these individuals are, but you know the joy you feel with them around you. And as your eyes turn from each of them straight ahead, you see a mountain pass. The journey that your deity has led your group. As you vision cuts and turns, you then find yourself looking left and right, and as your companions are, their images are like turning from like mist and smoke back to their physical forms, holding on. As you finally hear Father Almar's voice speaks again. Simon, focus on your journey. Focus on what is missing and what is important to you. That will guide you. Out of this new information, what does Simon focus on? You can choose on the people, the path, or the mystery.
Simon, he turns his focus to the people.
Turning your head, the smokes become colored until you finally see the physical form. A male blue giant in heavy armor. A paladin. Rugged nature and voice, balded head, and great physique, with humor that is a little on the more straight cuts, but you feel as if this individual is a long-time brethren of your church from where you came. Bellador. Bellador was his name. Looking over to the female bard as she's casually dancing in a circle, and as she then climbing this mountain trips on a stone and falls, you help her make sure she doesn't smash her head to the floor as you grab her wrist. Looking into each other's eyes, as you see the embarrassment of, as she chuckles and laughs. I probably should be paying attention to where I'm walking. You hear your voice call out to her. Vivian, one of these days you are going to hit your head and lose the music that you once created. You see her collect her loot off the ground, dust her lower garbs. Yeah. But who knows? You might be able to catch me again. She begins to then skip and move forward once more. As the other male figure to the right, wielding a intricate book, glasses on his face, horns on their head, a bluish tiefling. Bellador, Vivian, leave Simon alone. We have a journey together to do, but at the same time, we need to make sure our cleric can heal us in case anything goes wrong. Last thing we need is to him using his spells to help you with your philanthropic storytelling and gallivanting. Whatever, buzzkill. How do you put up with these people, Simon? You look over and the name rings out. Matadon. Matadon the Mage. He wasn't part of your initial group, but he was interested in your journeys and tagged along. From the few weeks of your journey, he has grown to be a bookworm, but a very helpful companion. As the group of you reach the top of this mountain, rushing forward, Vivian stops near the edge. Whoa. Now that's something to write about. As the other three of you crest over the edge and look inside, you see a massive cave-like structure. Carvings around the sides. And two statues of massive rock-carved dragons. And on the very center at the front door, or entrance of this cave, a carved out fairy. Guess this is the pathway to that, what do they call that city again? I believe is that of the Platinum Dragons and the star that protects them. Well, guess it's time to move through the cave. As they walk in, you pass the points, leaving the sun behind of the entrance. And as you hear the footsteps of your companions echo in through the cave, you are interrupted with darkness that takes them from sight. Flashes. You can't see anyone but yourself. You hear screams. You hear voices, but you can't make them out. They're not focused enough. And just as you begin to try and focus, you find yourself exiting into an open grass field. Massive stone walls of a city in front of you. At this point, you remember it was the moment you got to the entrance of Platinum Star City. You feel like you were meant to do something, but it only isn't till now, this moment, that you remember you're missing your companions. As you come to in so much of a shock, you see Father Elmer and Durant standing over you. Father Elmore seems slightly concerned. I was able to uncover what I could, but there's something... The magic that is locking the rest of your memories is a lot stronger. I would probably need to use Creator Restoration to do so, but I don't know what we'll find. Do you wish to continue?
Simon sits up from the table, like kind of sits up on the edge, and shakes his head. It's too much.
I don't know what you uncovered, but whatever it was, there was a sense of joy before whatever that magic was then entrapped it, took it away again. It will be a little more dangerous if we push forward. I do not know what the source of the magic is that has trapped your memories. If you wish to dive further, you may return. I just don't know what you will find on the other side.
Simon kind of shakes his head clear and gets up from the table.
Get some rest. Find peace with your deity. As you then see as the priestess opens the doors and more light shines through. What do the two of you do?
I'm going to turn to Father Almar and say, thank you very much for your assistance in this matter, Father.
I did what I could. I feel like we've only was able to scratch the pretenses of his memory. There are further secrets hidden in, but they are well protected.
If he feels up to it, I'll bring him back again.
Indeed. Feel free to go forth. No compensation needed. It doesn't feel right to this moment. As the father then begins to leave, the priestess following beside him, looking at both Gazara and Moose. As they walk past the both of them, give a small bow and move on. Moose turns to the inside of the building. Do you know where we need to head?
Simon's his mood is shifting. It's really he's visibly sad. Just take me back to my room.
Durant's more focused in, you see as Moose was getting ready to chime in once again before Gazara grabs his shoulder, simply just shakes his head. He gives up inquiring further. Gazara speaks up. We'll have the carriage come back around to take you back to the woods. We'll try and talk more tomorrow. As the two of them then turn and walk away. Is there anything you two discuss before the carriage is brought back from the Adventure Guild?
I don't think Simon's in any mood to talk right now.
Can I tell that he? Oh, there goes. Sorry. Can I tell that he's in a mood not to talk?
His visible sadness is not hidden, and you didn't see what he saw, so you don't know.
I'm just gonna put my hand on his shoulder for a second, and then I'm gonna let go.
Simon just kind of sobs once and then walks towards the car.
Heading towards the front chapel, moving through, you see some of the kids and the other priestesses moving around, some playing, some working. You get to the front gates, and being there for about 5 minutes, the carriage finally is pulling up. Do you escort him back to the woods, or simply have the carriage take him alone around?
I'll escort him back because Timothy is there, and I have to guard Timothy.
All right. Entering inside. You two are here. The two of you take the ride back to the woods. Exiting from the carriage, the sun is beginning to go onto the later evening stages, roughly around 6 or so. As you enter the long, narrow alleyway into the wood sections, you are greeted by the staff and people at the woods. During the time, besides attuning to your book, Delphi, did anyone do anything else while the others were away? Oh, that's the whole map.
I actually, so while everyone was away, I turned to Timothy and I handed him a letter that I had tucked away within my bodice. And I told him that a beer made a visit.
That away?
A beer, the dog with the wings, the messenger dog.
Oh, okay.
You know who?
Yeah, you know it.
You would
yeah,
know.
no, sorry. The moment you said that, the music was just overpowering you for a little bit. I was like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, no. But I tell you, like, a beer made a visit, and I hand you the letter.
Ooh, good boy was here. That's what Timothy calls him.
Okay.
Do
And
you
it,
want me to read it here, or?
yeah, it's fine. You can read it here. Do you remember what it says?
The message was... Oh, wait, are you talking to Timothy or me?
Timothy, but if you want to recap what it says.
I mean, if you already told him.
Let him have a recap. Let him.
Okay.
I wasn't in the room when
it was
she
said.
got the note, so it was all her. So I never heard what it was.
Yeah.
Right.
But I sort of
remember.
Yeah.
The premises of the notes was that even though your family insisted on sending someone to drag you back to the Fey realm, the Queen and Princess both denied that request and told them to leave you be. You are not to be dragged back for the sake of a forced marriage. On top of that, the Queen, her condition hasn't worsened, but it hasn't gotten better. And the political powers that are working with the First Princess believe they have found a starting solution to the absence of power of the Queen.
Thank you, Delphi, for giving me that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good news about my mom, of course, and
Yeah.
you know, it's good news they're not coming for you, so you don't have to be so nervous about people finding out you're here.
Yeah.
Well, aside from the whole people keep trying to take us thing, and
Yeah.
but I guess like you don't have to be so like
On
worried
edge.
yeah.
Yeah. I pull Delphi into a hug. I'm also sorry for being so distant with you lately.
I'm sorry too for making a like a deal with you on the end, but I wasn't gonna let anything happen to you.
Yeah. Theo did tell me everything else, and I just got over in my head You know?
I think if I was in your position, I could understand like where you're coming from, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, I do need to keep reading this book.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna go find Theo.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Before you depart, Delphi,
Yes.
can you roll me a d20, please?
What? I don't want to roll. I don't want to roll a random roll. That's not good. Okay.
I'll roll it
You
for
said
you.
no. I got it. I got a 1.
Okay.
I have inspiration. What does inspiration do?
At any roll whatsoever, you use the inspiration, you re-roll on any roll.
I would use it.
So can I re-roll?
You can re-roll, yes.
Okay, 19.
Oh, so much
Okay.
better.
Now, go ahead and add your wisdom saving throw to that.
How do I know?
Should be
Your
in the
wisdom will
top
be your
left of your screen.
Mhm.
Okay, so mine says whiz plus 5. So is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes. So add your
24.
+5.
Yeah, 24.
As you see and hear this moment of you and Timothy speaking truth for each other and the conversation of wanting to speak truth, there's a thought that crosses your head. There is a way where you could always speak truth with each other. You can make a deal. But you keep your mouth closed as Timothy begins to walk.
One second, I'm trained.
Train, it's so good.
Hi, Train.
Train.
Get that train emote.
You were kind of whispering, so I was like,
Oh,
shit,
you
I'm
couldn't
starting
hear the
not to be able to hear.
Yeah, it's all good. It was a thought that crossed your brain. Let's make a deal. It was your voice, but it sounded not desperate, not urgent, but adamant of making a simple deal. But you were able to keep those inner thoughts inside. You didn't say them out loud. As Timothy begins to walk and look for Theo in his room.
I kind of hold the tome close to my chest and like stand up and walk to the bar. And I request like an actual like wine drink.
You see Kaylee. Oh, yeah, of course. And you see her go behind, get a nice little glass, and gets the wine bottle, corks it off, and pours some for you. And as you take the wine and pull it up, there's that moment when you drink a cup and you eyes make contact with the inside flat layer of the liquid, giving off a mirror of yourself. And as you lift it, getting ready to take a drink, you see yourself, but you can almost swear you see yourself ear to ear in a smile. In that flash of a moment, you pull a cup away and focus in on it, and your reflection is just you. Is everything okay? You see Kaylee looking up at you.
Yeah. I just need to focus on my studies. And
Yeah, sorry.
Delphi goes back to reading the tome. I'm pretty much done with it now, but I'm just
Yep.
kind of
Go ahead
reading
and
like the last page over and over again.
Yeah, go ahead and tune to that item when you get the spare chance. After you finish reading and time passes, the sun setting, both Durant and Simon both enter into the room. They begin to head off into the different directions. And as the evening begins to set in, we are going to go ahead and end the episode there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed this session, please hit the like and follow button down below. For the YouTubers, hit that like and subscribe button down below. Hit the bell notifications to know whenever I hop on, because I usually hop on whenever I feel like it, but our Saturday sessions are usually every other week. I'm currently doing 6-day work weeks, which is why I have to cut it short right now. I have to get ready for work, but usually we'll have more time. I hope I'll be able to keep this more on a consistent stream basis, but only my job can tell me when I'm free. Yep. In the meantime, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you all have a good night, and we'll see you for episode 9 of Platinum Star City. Peace.
Bye, chat.